Yeah, don't.
I think so. Let me just double check. Okay. Seems to be working now. Nick, do you have the agenda pulled up?
Yes.
Put it on the share screen.
This one?
That's a first. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Give me a sec.
Yes.
Now I can call the meeting to order. Please stand if you're willing and able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll now move into the land acknowledgement. Colorado State University acknowledges with respect that the land we're on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and peoples. This is also a site of trade, gathering, and healing for numerous other native tribes. We recognize the indigenous peoples as original stewards of this land and all the relatives within it. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to their traditional homelands are renewed and reaffirmed. CSU is founded as a land grant institution, and we accept that our mission must encompass access to education and inclusion. And significantly, that our founding came at a dire cost to Native nations and peoples whose land this university was built upon. This acknowledgement is the education and inclusion we must practice in recognizing our institutional history, responsibility, and commitment. We'll now move into the swearing in of senators and associates. If you're new, go ahead and come to the front. And I'd ask the Chief Justice to swear these folks in.
Point of information, Deputy Chief Justice Kelly Duncan will be swearing you guys in.
That's good.
I state your name.
I, Alex Sharon,
Do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
set forth by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
You can all sit down.
All right, we'll now move into beginning roll call. Again, congratulations, whoever was sworn in today. The clerk will call the roll.
Speaker DeSalvo,
Here.
Speaker Pro Tempore Cedo Perez.
Here.
Chair Bukhari,
He's here.
Senator Abdunabi,
She's here.
Chair Athey,
Here.
Senator Geiser, Senator Gebru, Senator Nguyen,
Here.
Senator Pereira, Senator Oker.
Here.
Senator Reese,
Here.
Chair Rencher. Here. Chair Trout,
Present.
Senator Malka,
Here.
Senator Lowe.
Here.
Senator Barron. Senator Sanchez.
Here.
Senator Thompson.
Here.
Senator Sonarichar.
Here.
Senator Vega.
Here.
Senator Johnson.
Here.
Senator Cordero.
Here.
Senator Correa.
Present.
Senator McCall.
Here.
Senator Bouchara.
Here.
Senator Dinson.
Here.
Senator Barton.
Present.
Senator Oslam. Present. Associate Senator Schumer. Sorry, Associate Senator Oslam. Associate Senator Schumer.
Here.
Senator Bilodeau. Present. Senator Carrizo.
Here.
Senator Kilburn.
Here.
Senator Godshaw.
Here.
Senator Taylor.
Here.
Senator Kramer.
Here.
Senator Epperson.
Here.
Senator Juarez.
Here.
Senator Salazar.
Here.
Senator Lappy.
Here.
That is the end of roll call. If I missed any, Senate leadership will inform me. Thank you.
Is there anyone who was not called? No? Fantastic. If you do not yet have a placard, what I'm going to have you do is take out a sheet of paper and put your name, your first and last name, whether you're a senator or associate senator. And in pronouns if you're comfortable as well. By next meeting, we'll have a placard ready for you. Senator Dinson. Senator Dinson here.
Yeah.
Senator Vega, do you have your placard? We have one for you. You said Senator Abdunabi was here?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and just put that one over. We'll now move into consent agenda. Is there any dissent? Seeing none, we'll move into gallery input. Is there anyone from the gallery who wishes to speak at this time? This is Jen Johnson, the director of Slice. I believe that's the title.
You got it. Hi, everybody. As Nick said, my name is Jen Johnson. I use she, her pronouns, and I work as the director of Slice just right next door. And I'm actually I want to give a couple announcements on behalf of Jess Goodall, who will be arriving a little bit later this evening. But she wanted me to share three quick announcements. One is that a new clerk has been hired, Ayla, and they will be starting next week. So you can expect to see them, and please introduce yourself and say hello. The second is that there's going to be a student affairs and higher education graduate student that's going to be doing their practicum with ASCSU. So basically this is an unpaid learning experience for them, and they'll have a role supporting you all. And they will also be starting next week. So you can look for them next week at Senate and Cabinet, say hello if you wish. And then the third is the ASCSU front desk currently has a time slot where we're having a hard time finding someone to work a shift between 12:30 and 2 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So if any of you have office hours or are in the office during that time and you see someone wandering in aimlessly, feel free to say hello and be a friendly face until that vacancy gets filled permanently. So those are my announcements. Thanks for letting me interrupt. I yield my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the gallery who wishes to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into our guest speaker, wherever Marlis is. There she is.
Hi folks, my name is Marlis Hazelton. I use she, hers pronouns. I am the chair of the University Technology Fee Advisory Board.
I'm Hunter Alec. I'm the vice chair. He, him pronouns, please.
Okay, and excuse my notes. I'm not incredibly talented at memorizing things. So we've come here today to ask for y'all to reach out to your college councils. UTFAB is an incredibly important role here on campus. We are one of the student fee boards, as the name describes, and we are looking for people to join our board. Now, you may be wondering, what does UTFAB do? UTFAB was created by ASCSU in April of 2003 to manage a university technology fee. As you know, you pay two technology fees. One of those towards your college, and the other one is towards the university. What that is used for is a variety of different things. It's $32 per semester for a total of $2.7 million a year. It's a lot of money. We've been really privileged here at CSU that they allow us to work with them in terms of, we work with them in deciding how that money is delegated. So we have one member from each college, and that is elected by your college council, just like y'all are. And then we also have an associate member, if we get lucky, and then we have two representatives from ASCSU. If y'all sound really excited about technology, y'all are welcome to join. It's not a conflict of interest at all. So what do? We have updates from funded projects that can include, if you think of RamWeb, lecture capture, iClicker Cloud. We are currently working with a professor on something called U-Behavior, which is a new way to help students learn how to learn. And they've actually seen like full grade improvements through their technique, which is super awesome. We also look at proposals for next year. One that we're hoping to get into effect sometime soon is Name Coach. That's also been partially funded by us. I'm sure if y'all were here last year, Brandon and Lowry talked to you about it. And let's see, we do supplemental proposals proposed to our board by student organizations or professors or IT people, and we look at those as well. Yeah, and we also do student-supported projects provided by that they help the entire university. Okay, and then a couple other things that we do is campus networking. So all of the networking, including outside and in the general assignment classrooms, is through UTFAB. That's actually recently been expanded due to the fact of colleges were having a trouble keeping up with their networking. So we had, I think they're gone now, but my freshman year, we had routers that would have been freshmen's at CSU. So we partnered with the Colorado General Assembly to basically make a change and to upgrade all of those. So all of the Wi-Fi is now under UTFAB. So if you have Wi-Fi issues, let me know. Shoot someone an email, we'll figure it out. See, we also do AV technology. So as I said, lecture capture. We went from 64 cameras before COVID to 160. Hopefully people are still using them. My classes aren't, but it's a great tool and I wish they would. We also do library technology. We do the printing lab in the engineering campus. We work with Ramley. We also do Microsoft Office 365. And yeah, that's about it. We do co-sponsorships on all of that. It's really important as part of our opportunity is to make sure that we look at projects and go, okay, we want to fund this. Let's work with someone so that we can work on implementation. Two new things that we're super excited for this year is we are doing a $200,000 investment into outdoor wireless, specifically in outdoor wireless spaces with seating. Obviously, if there are seats there, you should be able to use your computer. So that's what we're hoping to do, implement by the end of this year. The second thing we are doing is we're doing a $75,000 investment in what we call an student IT awareness program. One of the biggest things I've seen working on this board the last 4 years is that a lot of times students just don't know what they have access to. And you guys have an access to a lot of resources here at CSU, technology related. So we're working to increase that and also increase subsequently security risks and something like that and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if I do? Does anyone have any questions? Awesome. So again, my name is Marlis Hazelton. Please talk to your college councils about getting an FAB rep. It's super important. I think all of the boards suffer from not getting enough representation. I think FAB suffers the worst. We didn't get quorum until spring of last year. And it's an important role. It's a lot of money and we want to hear as many student voices as possible. So y'all have a great night.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, I think it's really important to have representation on these boards. There are various boards you could serve on. This one, you could serve on VSOF, SFRB. There are boards for the Laurie Student Center, parking and transportation boards that have seats for senators, specifically people in ASCSU. And so really don't miss out on the opportunity to make some of these big decisions and provide a student voice. Otherwise, there won't be one. We'll now move into executive reports. Is there anyone from the executive branch that wishes to report? So, Secretary of State Waller. Yeah. So now give a sec.
Okay, giving it a sec. Yeah, I think in the.
It's fine.
Cool. Well, hello, everybody. I'm so excited to see so many new faces in the Senate. This is amazing. Welcome all. For those of you who don't know me, I'm your Secretary of State this year. My name is Jason Waller Hohenzollern. My pronouns are he, him, his. It's a pleasure to truly meet all of you. I'll keep it relatively short just to keep things moving along. Just a couple things. First off, I've been working on tailgating. For those of you who don't know, ASCSU has a big part of playing the tailgating every year. And the first game is coming up this Saturday. If you want to have a spot in the game, registration for that game closes tonight. So if you want to have a spot, you need to register by tonight. If not, if you can't do that, if you want to have a spot in the next tailgating games, that will open on Sunday, September the 11th, after the game on Saturday, and then you can register for that game. Also, we need volunteers for tailgating. Part of being a leader is volunteering when no one else does. And so we are looking for volunteers to assist with chalking on the day of the event. We'll be going out there probably around 8 a.m. and chalking everything up so the people who are tailgating know where to go and where to set up at. So if you're interested in that, I'll probably have our Director of Traditions, Jose, send out a sign-up sheet on our GroupMe or Slack. And for those not in the GroupMe or Slack, we'll get you in that very soon. Secondly, custom visit days. I've been working on a project called Custom Visit Days. It's to get prospective students who are not yet in university, but are looking at universities, involved in student government when they join this university. And so, oh wow, thank you so much. I would have been over. And so, thank you, Speaker. And so if you're interested in that, I've spoken with Speaker DeSalvo, and we have agreed that if you're looking to get one of your office hours out of the way as a senator, you can approach me and I can have you lead that. It'll look like just kind of a mini tour of our space and our organization. I already have a PowerPoint set up and taken care of, so you just have to familiarize yourself with the PowerPoint and everything will go just smoothly. So, and then finally, if you want to get in contact with the press or the media for any reason whatsoever, or vice versa, just come to me or, for example, your branch head, Speaker DeSalvo, and he can assist you in setting that up. That's all I got. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Waller.
Secretary.
We have Chief of Staff Deason.
Hi, everyone. Oh, is this working?
Yep.
Is it? Okay, awesome. I can't really hear myself. Anyway, sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Chief of Staff Deason, Hayden Deason. I use the she series of pronouns. I am so happy to see so many faces here in the Senate today. This makes me very happy to see. I was a senator last year, and yeah, I love everyone's interest. I have something that Director Jose asked me to say, our Director of Traditions. He said, similar to what Jason said. He said, on Saturday, we will be having our first ever tailgating event. We would love to have you all help/volunteer in any way possible. Starting from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., we will need help with chalking parking lots and sidewalks, tabling, and more. Please reach out to Jason or I. My email is jose15@colosstate.edu. I also have a tailgating volunteering form right here. Not only is it a great way for us to be really involved with just the rest of campus, but also get our faces out there and make sure that everyone has a great first tailgating event. As far as cabinet reports go, everybody is doing a wonderful job in the cabinet so far. I'm very proud of everyone. We are getting a lot done. Just now, we went and got headshots done for marketing, and I'm working on personally setting up one-on-one meetings with everybody and making sure that weekly reports are uniform and solid, and you all will be able to read everyone's weekly reports in the email that goes out on Mondays. So to keep it short, that's everything I have. You wanna go? Yes.
Hi, everyone. So just like Chief of Staff Hayden, I used to be a senator, so it's very interesting being here as in the executive system. Very fascinating. Also, it's really cool. There's so many people in Senate now. I'm really liking that. That's great. ASCSU would be full of senators. And so I'm Owen Welch. I'm Director of Governmental Affairs. And so one of the things I do is a board called the Legislative Strategic Advisory Board. This is a board that meets bi-weekly this semester and weekly next semester, where we go over things that are done by the local government or the state government, and we try to make changes on those scales. So it's very much a board focused on not only politics that are happening here, but politics that are happening in the local for City Council or what's happening in the state government. And so in that board, we have 4 people from Senate. One of them is going to be the Speaker of the Senate, and the other 3 are 3 senators. And so the way this happens is in 3 weeks, on September 28th, we're gonna have the LSAP elections for people that are interested in doing it. And you'll have elections for the assistants, and then you'll vote on whoever it is, and you'll get to join the board. I'll be giving out a lot more information about it, and if you have any questions, please email me at the ASCSU_director_affairs, I think, is my email. So if you have any other questions about LSAP, just send me that email. Also in the office pretty often, so if you ever come to the office, you might see me. and ask me more about what LSAB is. I'm gonna be sending out some more in a weekly email, so if you didn't catch this, you'll be able to read it next week when you see the weekly email. That's everything I have to report, so thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Director Welch. President Long.
Hello, everyone. For those of you who haven't met, my name is Rob Long. I'm the president of ASCSU this next year. First of all, I just want to say thank you all for the work that you put into being here. I'm really happy to see the Senate filled. Like most of these people, I was also a senator this past year for the College of Business. So yeah, I'm really enthusiastic to see everyone here. Regarding my report, this past Friday, I attended the Indian Student Association event. They had a lot of good food and I learned a lot about the Indian culture. I also attended on Sunday the Hillel event, their barbecue. They also had a lot of good food and it was a good event to go to. Today I met with Luke from the Ranked Choice Voting campaign in Fort Collins. Basically, ranked choice voting is some would argue a more efficient way of voting, more democratic way of voting, where you basically get to rank which potential leaders you would agree with the most. But yeah, we might be working with them and they'll probably be working with Director Welch here fairly closely. Today I also met with Mike Ellis along with Director of Housing and Food Security, Burge. We talked about continuing some of former President Dixon's projects, such as the memorial for students who have passed away during their time here at CSU. Continuing that project, and we also got a tour of the current renovations in the Laurie Student Center. So that was very interesting. And then today I also met with Director Burge, Deputy Director Panidi, and Deputy Director Garcia about the housing and dining meeting on Monday. Housing and dining is currently a kind of a hot topic here at CSU, given that some people are currently living off campus in a Best Western hotel. So that'll be brought up, and the U+2 ordinance will be as well. That's another big issue that students have regarding the housing issues at CSU. And then also this past week, we were at the Involvement Expo. I'd like to thank Director Largo for that. She's not here, but thank you. And then like Secretary Waller said, volunteer for Saturday for the tailgate. I'll be there. I know a lot of people from ASCSU will be there, so it'd be greatly appreciated if you could. And then tomorrow I'll be attending the red carpet event with Liaison Chasen. Yeah, Chasen. To meet with local business leaders around Fort Collins. Let me know if you want me to bring up anything with them. This Friday, I'm meeting up with Director of the Health Network, Christina Berg, regarding supporting current resources here at CSU for mental health. I'll also be joined by Deputy Director Quesada Soner, and the Health Department. And then this Friday is the presidential listening session regarding the the next CSU president. If you want to have your input and your voice heard during this for what you want to see out of the next the next CSU president, go to it, express your viewpoint, and I'll be having an Instagram takeover tomorrow for the lift codes and the tailgate the lift codes for the off-campus life is doing. And also the tailgate for Saturday. As well, tomorrow on Thursday, the CSU PD is going to be hosting interviews for potential police officers. So I'll be attending that along with a few others from ASCSU. And then this Friday, I'll be meeting along with Advisor Deerdahl with Clara Alder, who's the president at Utah State University. We're going to be doing a collaboration when Utah State plays CSU for the football game. So yeah, we'll be having that meeting on Friday so we can kind of lay down the groundwork for what's going on. And yeah, I'm once again, I'm really excited to work with each and every one of you. And I'm here most of the time. So if you want to, just come talk to me. My door is always open to any of you. And yeah, I'm pretty much here, as most people will say all the time. So yeah, that's my report.
Thank you, President Long. Vice President Sandoval.
Okay, hey y'all, so my name is Elijah Sandoval. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm this year's student body vice president. I'm really honored and excited and a little overwhelmed to be here, but you know what, I'm a student, that's life. So first of all, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to see a show of hands. Who knows what the Student Fee Review Board is? Wow, a lot more than I thought. Awesome. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, the Student Fee Review Board is a board made up of students chaired by myself, the vice president. And so the student fees, there's 18 different fee areas around campus. And if you add up the fees that each student pays and you times that by 300 or 33,000 students, that's roughly about $4 million. $80 million. I can do math. So the Student Fee Review Board is in charge of $80 million. Each of these 18 different fee areas will come to us, present how they are spending their money, what they plan on spending their money on, and if they need a fee increase or not. Being part of this board is a great opportunity to show, being part of this board is a great opportunity to see how your student fees are being spent. And you have the power to approve if these fee areas get an increase or not. So that's pretty cool. The interest form has been sent out through the front desk email. It will also be posted on the interbranch communication Slack channel. The application will close on September 21st, and the first meeting will be Monday, September 28th from 4 to 6. Please note that all of these meetings are on Monday from 4 to 6, with the exception of ratifications, which will be on Wednesday, can't remember the date, at 6:30. So secondly, another show of hands, how many of you have heard of the Pacesetter Scholarship? Okay, so a lot less, no worries. That's why I'm here, to inform you about all of these things. So the Pacesetter Scholarship, it reads that a pace setter is a student who sets the pace by living a well-balanced life of academics, extracurricular activities, and community service, while maintaining a healthy lifestyle for themselves. They serve as a leader to their peers and will continue to do so past their collegiate years. A total of $4,500 will be divided equally amongst the selected recipients. So the application is open. It is my fault that I have not sent it to the front desk yet. I apologize. I've been ill for the last couple of days, but it will be sent out through the front desk email and again posted on the interbranch communication Slack channel. This application will close on September 23rd, and the winner or winners will be contacted October 7th. And the cool thing about this is the winners are presented during the halftime of the homecoming game, the same game that President Long was talking about against Utah State on October 15th. You can apply to the scholarship, or if you're not wanting to apply to the scholarship, or you want to just try something else, you can be part of the selection committee. Now, the selection committee, the selection committee will meet for a week to review the applications, to talk about, like I said, just to review the applications. That interest form will be sent out through the front desk and posted on the Slack channel as well. However, there is a caveat. So, keep going. Oh, okay. You cannot be part of the selection committee and have an application within the scholarship. You can either choose one or the other. You cannot do both. I just want to emphasize that. May I open it up to questions?
Yeah.
Are there any questions about any of that?
I have a question about the Student Fee Review Board and when the application closes. Could you repeat the date?
Yeah, of course. The application will close on September 21st. And also, I don't know if there's any graduate students here, but the Student Fee Review Board is also open to graduate students. However, the Pace Setter Scholarship is not. It's only open to undergrads. So didn't make the rules on that one, but just wanted to clarify that. Any other questions? I yield my time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Vice President Sandoval. President Long.
A motion to put the fight song on the agenda.
Can you motion?
He can. So.
I second that.
Okay, so the question is now on whether or not to put the fight song on the agenda. We'll do this by a placard vote, so we have an accurate vote count. Senators and associate senators can vote in this because it is procedural. All those in favor of adding the fight song to the agenda?
Yeah. You're gonna have to actually count that. It's 2/3, you're gonna have to actually count that.
Right.
A lot of
It's like
people.
a good practice.
It's 17, 37 tones. There's 17, yeah, it's there's.
Is that 2/3? I don't wanna do that.
Or what's ratio?
37.
Anybody else wanna do that? You should lead it to the Senate. Let someone else do that. Nick, you
We would need 24. How many of them?
How many?
Yeah.
Cool, that's fair.
So that is a fail, unfortunately. President Long. We'll get him next time. Well, those voting in the affirmative, it would have been a fail anyway. Oh, towards the total. Okay. So, okay,
Just
so,
2 nays and abstentions.
so those not in favor of adding the fight song to the agenda, raising aye.
You don't still want to.
All right. Oh, did we count Sammy? Okay, and then, so that was 18 and then abstentions. No abstentions. Okay, it's still a fail. Now we'll move on to judicial reports. Thank you, executive branch. Is there anyone from the judicial branch wishing to report? Chief Justice Zacharias.
Hi, so for all you guys that do not know me, is this on?
It should be.
Yeah.
You can feel it. You can feel it.
It should
if you touch
be.
it.
Perfect. So if you guys don't know me, my name is Marcus Zacharias. I use the he series of pronouns. I'm the Chief Justice this year. The only thing we really have for judicial reports is today we'll be ratifying the rest of the Supreme Court and our election manager positions. I hope you guys treat them with grace and kind. It's really stressful to come up here and speak. Beyond that, we also are working to get our program Rams Know Their Rights into the residence hall so that people within dormitories that here around campus can know about all of the rights and resources they have here on campus. If you guys have any resources you would want along with that list that we already have, please just let me know and we'll get working on that. Beyond that, I just want to say, I really hope to get to meet all of you guys. I'm in the office almost all day, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. And hopefully one of these times we can get the fight song passed.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Is there anyone else from the judicial branch that wishes to report?
Marcus, just stay down here.
All right, we will now move into, let me get a timer real quick.
I got a timer.
Okay, cool. We'll now move into confidence business. The parliamentarian will put 2 hours on the confidence clock. Yes. Senator Gray.
Mr. Speaker, so pursuant to section 207 of the Constitution and section 13 of the bylaws, we should be discussing the bylaws right now.
So I do believe what that constitutional amendment means is that it just has to be, they just have to be passed this session. It's the first resolution of the session of the first session, I do believe. That was my interpretation of it. I think it just has to be done in this meeting, in today's session. That's my understanding.
I'm looking. Well, I'm looking, you are the author. Do you remember, do you have the final document? Because that's what I'm trying to look for.
I have the amended document from University Affairs, but I don't have the final document that was passed, which is why I'm a little confused.
Okay, give me a second. Mr. Speaker, I'll move for a 5-minute recess while I find this.
Okay, everyone be back here at.
Second, I need a second.
Oh, okay.
Second the motion.
All those in favor of taking a 5-minute recess, say aye.
Aye.
All those abstaining? No votes? It's passed unanimously. Be back here at 7:20.
Does he want, oh, sorry, here it is.
What's that?
And I would have said I'd entertain. What I was going to do.
Sorry, we're in there. Okay.
You're looking for like 5201.
510. I have it. I'm looking at it. Thank you. For the violation, please run this regularly scheduled Senate session. Hey, Rissa, you want to look at it? Thank you for recognizing that. So this is the final document. I got this in the front desk. Written by you. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So it just says approved by the first regularly scheduled session. Just dissolving committee of the whole as soon as we get to the bylaws. With provisions in the bylaws, strikes the provisions. So it doesn't look like it's specified to be in any location, just has to be in this.
Yeah, I think I added that and then we took it off and we've done it. So that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, do you want me to send this to you?
Please, yeah.
Okay, next one.
Okay.
As is.
That's what I thought. I just knew it had to be.
Yeah. Ritik, what email?
My Colostate email, if it's that's ritik@ramsar.colostate.edu.
Okay. Let me know if you get it. Oh, I found it. It popped up. Okay. Okay, and then what time are we going back? Thank you.
Really? Well, there's no way you would have known.
Hold on. Honestly, yeah, like it's kind of serious.
Sit down, Justin.
All right, if everyone can take their seats. Hopefully you had time to kind of mill around, meet the people by you. So we'll now move into confidence business.
You want to clarify what we found first?
Yeah, so during the recess, for those of you that don't know, there was a constitutional amendment that said the bylaws have to be approved the first session, the first official session, regularly scheduled of the fall semester. And the language of that was kind of unclear whether it meant that's the first thing we did as far as confidence business, or if it just had to be done. So what's going to happen is we're going to do the ratification of the Supreme Court justices and elections manager.
It was clear. It's not specified where it needs to. That is clear.
Right, yeah, yeah. So with that, we'll move into the ratifications of Supreme Court justices.
I would like to motion to ratify my Supreme Court justice on a slate.
Okay, there's been a motion to put the justices on a slate. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, there's been a second. So before we go into a vote, let me just explain what that means. A slate means that all of the candidates will be put kind of in one line, and they will be they will present, they will be questioned, and we'll do discussion and debate with the candidates on the slate. However, that does not mean that if there's a candidate that causes you pause, that doesn't mean that they cannot be removed from that slate. We can also do a vote to remove a candidate from the slate, but the slate kind of just streamlines things, and that's essentially what that means. So I'll do this by placard vote. All in favor of putting the justices on a slate, raise them high. Okay, so 31 in the affirmative. All those opposed? 4. And abstentions. 5. It was 5. And abstentions?
Sammy abstained also.
Sammy was an abstention? Okay. Yeah, it's past the threshold. Yeah, so this motion passes. These candidates will be put on the slate.
Perfect. So with the Supreme Court justices like to approach the stand. Perfect. So with this court, what I was really looking for each candidate was passion and activity in their community. So I'll just go down the list right here. So Chandler is an amazing candidate for this position and fits those qualifications. Not only is she a cheerleader here on campus, but she is also part of the honors program here. Even with that huge workload, she also still finds time to coach for the local gymnastics team here in Fort Collins. Beyond that, Amber Wright, she did a great job within her high school career of not only being involved in her community by volunteering at a multitude of places, but also working on her school newspaper and on various boards with the school committee there. Jamie is a great representation of prior activity within ASCSU as she was an intern back in 2021. And Isaiah Dennings also fits this to a T. Not only does he work at the rec, but he's also very active in the community with places like the Fort Collins Parks and Recreational System, and used to work both within ASCSU and the Collegiate here on campus. And I'm just going to pass the microphone to my right so they can all introduce themselves personally to you guys.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chandler Dalton. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a second year studying political science and journalism, and I'm really excited for this opportunity to potentially become an associate justice.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber Wright. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a first-year student studying political science, concentrating in environmental policy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Binder. I'm a third year here at Colorado State, studying political science, and I use the she, her pronouns.
Hey, everyone. My name is Isaiah Dennings. I use he, him series. I study political science with a minor in biomedical science. Yeah.
And now we'll yield to any questions that you guys might have.
So what this means is that you just raise your placard. I'll create a speaker's list and then I'll call upon you. So questions with the first raised placard, I think it was Senator Correa.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to take it for your screen. Have you all read the Constitution, and do you all think you're fit to interpret and understand it?
Yes, I have read the Constitution, and I would say I know it pretty well, and I know how responsible the court is for upholding this Constitution and the Student Code of Conduct. And I do know that we will also be going through it as a court with Chief Justice Zacharias.
Yes, I have read the ASCSU Constitution in full, and I feel confident in my understanding of the document. And as Chandler said, we will be going over the Constitution in detail at a later date.
I have read the Constitution. I understand what it outlines. As previously stated, we will be going over it together, but I'm very confident about what it entails.
Yes, I have read the Constitution and I adequately understand it. Super excited to fulfill the judicial role in the Constitution.
Have you all read the Senate bylaws? Committees currently don't have bylaws. So have you read the Senate bylaws and judicial bylaws? Both of which you all can interpret.
I wouldn't say I've gone through the Senate bylaws as much as I have kind of gone through in detail of the judicial bylaws. I really paid attention to the system and how we are kind of working as a court.
I have not yet read the Senate bylaws, but I have read the judicial bylaws as well as the Student Code of Conduct. And I do plan to review these documents further soon.
Likewise, I've also read the judicial bylaws, not the Senate bylaws, but we do plan to go over those to extent.
I've also read the judicial bylaws, not the Senate bylaws currently, but do plan to look at those in more in depth.
Okay, so I know that none of you all have read the Senate bylaws, but should there be a conflict between the Constitution and the Senate bylaws, how would you all address that? And how would you all address that in a very non-biased way?
Before we get to that question, I would just like to say to address the bylaws question. The Senate bylaws is already part of our plan when we read through the Constitution. And along with that question further, the Constitution, as everyone should know, is always supersedes Senate bylaws. So if Senate bylaws is in conflict with the Constitution, then we're going to go based off what the Constitution says and not the Senate bylaws.
Well, we have really stressed the importance of remaining unbiased, and I think that communication is definitely a key skill within this, so that we're all understanding what sides we're coming from and that everyone's on the same page.
In the event of such a conflict, I would make sure to keep an objective lens and consider the facts of the situation, as well as making sure that I'm confident in my ability to interpret and rule on these documents.
Yeah, I would hope that there would not be a conflict. As Marcus stated, if there was, we would go by the Constitution. But looking at everything, every document that we come across from an unbiased eye is super important to all of us.
Exactly. I think that the Constitution will always kind of supersede any Senate bylaws. But if there is a discrepancy that creates, need for change, the court can look into that. But like I said, the Constitution first.
Yes, I know I've been asking a lot of questions, but my only reasoning is because I think judicial is one of the most important branches at ASCSU, and we need to make sure that you all know your stuff. My last question. Actually, never mind, I forgot my question. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Correa. We'll move on to the next person on the speakers list, which is Chair Trout. And he is on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hi, y'all. I appreciate y'all's patience today. So let's see. Have you read through the job descriptions of being part of the Supreme Court, and why do you think you're most qualified for that position?
Yes, I have read through the job descriptions and I feel that I could perform them very well. And I believe that I would be qualified for this position because I'm not afraid of a challenge. And I believe my teamwork skills have grown so much in the past couple of years. And I think working together as a court, that's one of the biggest strengths that we need, is to build on each other's ideas. So I think my collaborative skills really come in handy. And I would also say one of my major strengths is I'm very organized and structured, which I think is essential for a Supreme Court job, considering we are attending meetings and going to events and have many cases to handle.
Yes, I have thoroughly read the job description of being an ASCSU Supreme Court Justice, and I feel confident in my ability to carry out my duties. I feel that I'm a qualified candidate for this because of my thorough involvement in clubs and volunteering throughout my high school career, as well as my involvement in a local court system called Team Court, which was focused on restorative justice, which, as you may know, is the core tenet of the ASCSU Supreme Court. So I feel well versed in this topic, and I think that's a valuable contribution. On top of that, I feel confident in my leadership and organization abilities, as well as being a welcome face in the office and being very open to hearing different perspectives and ideas.
I have read the job description and I do feel very confident that I will be able to fulfill all of those duties. My prior experience at ASCSU has really opened my eye up to what ASCSU is and the job responsibilities of each branch. Being an intern, I was not able to do much, so I'm really excited to be able to have some initiative. Having current leadership experience in another organization, I feel very confident that I can be someone that anyone in this room could come to in terms of conflict.
Yes, I also have read the job description, and I feel like I can more than adequately carry out those duties and roles. Being a senior, I've been at CSU for 3 years now, and I feel like I've done a lot in the community to kind of cement myself as a good leader and someone that can be trusted with such a precious document. I think that my community is the most important aspect of my qualifications. I really pride myself in being more than just like a CSU student, but also a Fort Collins citizen. I'm involved in a local taco shop. I used to work at Beaver's Market. It's a local supermarket. I like just being that friendly community face that I can kind of show. So yeah, definitely that, as well as being a journalist. You interview tons of different people. You have to hear from different perspectives all the time. And so having all those different viewpoints contributing to my rulings in the court, I think will be very beneficial. So.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. How do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
So, like I said, I pride myself in one of my greatest strengths being how organized I am. And I've also prided myself in being really busy, and I like having a lot of things in my schedule, any kind of tasks, schoolwork, anything that I can put myself out there into the community. And because I have been managing these tasks for a pretty long time, I've definitely found strategies that have worked for me, mainly being a planner and a communicator. I have color coordinated everything in my planner. I know where I'm going to be, when I'm going to be there, who I'm going to be with. And I also think communication is definitely key and is what I practice. I am always communicating with my boss, my colleagues, peers, my teammates, so that they know where I am, what I'm doing, and just creating that environment so that everyone is aware of my schedule. And
30 seconds.
Right, so I believe that I developed good time management skills throughout high school because I did pride myself in being an active leader in my community as well as an active volunteer, trying to serve whoever I can in my community, trying to help wherever I can. And so as I'm getting started into college and getting into the whirlwind of everything, being a good student and now being an ASCSU Supreme Court Justice are my top 2 priorities, and I will ensure that I carry these out effectively. I'm very excited to potentially be within this role, and I will make sure that I'm able to balance my schedule so that this remains my top priority.
Before you continue, this speaker is out of time unless there's a motion for extension.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to extend my time by 5 minutes.
Okay, the motion to extend time has been made. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, we'll do this by placard as well. All those in favor of extending Chair Trout's speaking time by 5 minutes? Okay, 34 in the affirmative. This passes.
Awesome, thank you. Just allow y'all to finish the question. I can repeat that question if needed.
Could you please? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. How do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
I personally pride myself on my time management skills. I'm a person that thrives off of being busy. I have a very concrete set availability for work. I have a very basic schedule for school. I have a very good understanding of the time commitment for here at my time as ASCSU. As terms of my leadership position goes in other organizations, it's a very concrete set time too. So I have no doubt that I won't falter.
Yeah, same as well. I really pride myself on my academics. And so I'm a student first and foremost, as a lot of us are, but I also have my extracurriculars to kind of drive my academic side. Being a leader all over campus means that you have to really splice your time and make sure that you're investing in things that you truly believe in. And so for me to commit to a Supreme Court position is something that truly shows how invested I am and capable I am for this position. Academics first, senior year, I want to graduate on time, obviously. So, but I definitely still have enough time in my schedule to commit to this, to working at the rec, and to also completing my thesis this semester. So, yeah.
Awesome, thank you, y'all. I'm really excited to see y'all work throughout this semester or throughout the rest of the school year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Chair Trout. We'll now hear from Senator Melka.
All right, so maybe this question has been somewhat answered, but I just want to put you guys in the spotlight so we can see, what you guys are gonna bring to the table. We can go down a line. It's gonna be a quick question. Name 2 strengths that you're gonna bring to this leadership position.
2 strengths that I think I could bring are organization and positivity. I think I have a very positive outlook in life in general, and I would really love to bring my positive energy into the court.
I think my top 2 that I'll be bringing are my communication skills as well as my organization. I very much pride myself in these 2, and I feel that I will be an active member in ASCSU and able to carry out my duties with these contributions.
I would say my 2 strengths would be initiative and collaboration. I think it's important to rely on people who have different perspectives of you, such as these people in the court. And I consider myself to be a go-getter. I don't sit on things. I take action when needed.
If I had to pick 2 strengths, I think I would say innovation and diligence. I look at problems in a new way and add like a new perspective to different ways to think outside the box. Also diligence. I never do something like halfway. I always fully invest, go full in, and really take my time to complete something. So
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Melka. We'll now move on to Senator Epperson. Before we continue, if you are on this speaker's list and maybe your question is already answered, say, I yield to redundancy, so we could speed things up a little bit. But regardless, if you got a question, ask it. Senator Epperson.
Hi, everyone. My name is Caroline Epperson. I use she, her pronouns. I'm just really curious about like what your why is for being a Supreme Court justice overall. I see that you guys are very involved and you guys are able to balance all of your activities, but I want to know why you want this position.
So I'm a second year student, and whenever I came into my first year of college, I had no idea what I wanted to do, who I wanted to be, and all I knew was that I wanted to have an impact on anything or anyone that I could. And I started studying political science, and I never knew that I could love learning so much. I genuinely looked forward to going to class, and it was just a whole new lifestyle for me. So whenever this opportunity popped up, it just kind of felt like the perfect opportunity to do something bigger and have that impact that I've always wanted to have on CSU and the student body, while also being able to learn from very, very studious and smart people around me.
Right. So I view extracurriculars and student government as extremely, extremely important assets as a student. And I learned this throughout high school, and I wanted to make sure that I got involved early in college, which is why I'm here my first year and I'm extremely excited to be here. I'm extremely interested in politics and law, which is present in my being debate captain for 2 years in high school, as well as being involved in teen court. These are just passions that I have. And so when I saw the position open for ASCSU Supreme Court, I thought this would be the perfect fit for me. I would be able to get involved on campus, be behind the scenes in student government, and make a positive impact, and just challenge myself in the field that I very much enjoy and am looking forward to going into.
I would say my number one why is my general interest in judiciary. Yeah, I have a lot of experience with ASCSU. My time as an intern only gave me a little snippet of what I really wanted to do here. So yeah, that's my number one why.
I think my main why was influenced by my time on the elections committee. Working kind of adjacent to the judicial branch during last election cycle really made me realize how much I wanted to be more involved in student government again. It made me miss it. And above all, I just want to be wise. I mean, I feel like the Supreme Court is one of the most wisest branches, and they learn so much from all the student body. I want to be able to contribute all my experiences from my undergrad here, while also drawing on all the new opportunities of CSU coming out of COVID, and for us really starting to get the ball rolling again. So super excited.
Okay, thank you all. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Epperson. Senator Kilburn, I pronounced that correctly?
Yes. Alrighty. How will you guys accurately represent all of the CSU students, particularly the communities that you do not think that you are personally connected to?
So I know that CSU is based on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we are practicing that every day. And this is such a large and diverse student body, and every student has a voice, and I will work my hardest to ensure that every student feels like their voice is being heard by creating that positive atmosphere where they feel welcomed and that they can feel like they are being listened to without any biases, and just overall creating that environment where you can feel really inclusive and represent everyone to the best of my abilities.
I think it's very important to recognize that CSU is a diverse population, and we need to strive to include and represent people of many different backgrounds and identities. And so with this, for me personally, I plan on getting involved in some of the diversity centers, as well as just trying to speak with different people from different backgrounds, and just trying to educate myself further about these different identities and how decisions from the Supreme Court can affect these different communities, so that we can try to be as equitable and inclusive as possible.
I feel like I'm in great contact with a lot of different communities on campus and a lot of different identities. I only represent a small portion of that. And I think, as it previously stated, it's really important to lean on my fellow associate justices who come from different identities and have different perspectives to properly represent everyone that we have on campus, because we have an incredibly diverse campus.
Yeah, I think this question kind of goes to the principle of active engagement. We can say we want to do diversity and inclusion all we want, but unless we actively go to these offices and actively try to include people who aren't in the space normally, then that won't be happening. So I think that's going to be an important part of the court agenda, is to actively reach out to more marginalized identities and try and get their input onto the Constitution and different opinions. Like all my fellow justices have said, we all bring different splices of campus to the court, but it's a big constituency that we have to fill with such a small amount of people. So really dedicating the time and putting in the legwork will be important.
I love it. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Kilburn. We'll move on to Chair Athey.
I yield to redundancy, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Athey. Senator Samarakar.
Hello, everyone. My question is, how do you intend to approach cases or scenarios where your personal biases might be impediments to justice?
So we have definitely stressed the importance of remaining unbiased, especially in the position we're in. And my main focus with this is to be open-minded and allow both perspectives to come in and see both sides of a situation and be able to evaluate this fairly.
I view myself as an open-minded and objective person when needed. And so I feel that I should be able to handle most issues with care and careful consideration. However, if I feel that I'm too personally involved and that my judgment would be skewed based on this involvement, then I would recuse myself.
I think I would definitely try and take myself out of the situation intellectually and internally on whether the case relates to me or not. Looking at it from a blind eye is going to be at the forefront of my mind always. Also, keeping in mind CSU's principles, guiding principles of the community is going to be a really important driving factor in deciding on cases for us.
Yeah, I think it's important to maintain objectivity and realizing that this office is bigger than any one individual who holds it, and that we kind of have the whole CSU community to look after and all of our decisions. So no personal agendas should be taken into account when making decisions, and recusing yourself if you are too involved in something is also very important.
Thank you, everyone. I use my time.
Thank you, Senator Samarakar. Senator Gebru.
Hello, everybody. I'm Senator Sabina Gebru for College of Health and Human Sciences. I use the she, her pronouns. So I just had some very simple questions as well. I wanted you to describe in your own words, what is your job?
My job would be to represent not only ASCSU, but the entire student body and providing justice for anyone and working together with my colleagues in order to obtain and be responsible with the ASCSU Constitution and upholding these values and also maintaining that student code of conduct.
So my job is to represent ASCSU and make decisions with care. My job is always to uphold the ASCSU Constitution and to settle disputes within that jurisdiction, settling disputes between clubs, settling funds, that sort of thing. Yeah.
I do believe my job is to uphold the Constitution and pick through it and make sure that it's all applicable to our student body still. Also being a voice for not just ASCSU of this room, but our entire student body that represents ASCSU. And taking cases in a very unbiased way, listening to every single side and making sure that we're getting the results that we all want to see.
Yeah, my job would be upholding the Constitution and being a steward of due process, making sure that all students at Colorado State University are held to the same standards and that they apply to the Constitution So yeah.
Thank you. Another question is, what power will your position give you over students?
I'm gonna answer this by, I see students as a part of ASCSU. We are a student body and we all work together to better this university. So I wouldn't say that this position necessarily gives me any power or authority. It just allows me to engage with my peers.
I would say that my job as a member of ASCSU, first and foremost, is to represent the student body and to be a good student voice and be responsible within that. So I would also view myself as not being superior to my peers in any way, rather simply having the ability to act out and make decisions that can benefit the student body.
I think the only power this position would give me is initiative. Similarly to my peers, we are still equals to the rest of the community and students at ASCSU and on campus. So I don't think this necessarily gives us any hierarchical power, but just able to take initiative.
Yeah, I think it doesn't give me any power directly over my peers, but more of the power of being able to advocate and be able to say things that maybe they wouldn't have the pedestal to have. But yeah.
Thank you. I loved everybody's responses. My last question is, how do you work together with the rest of ASCSU?
So collaboration skills are definitely a key point in a successful student government. So I think just going around and having friendly faces around to actively speak to and ask questions. And even though there are multiple branches within ASCSU, we are all one student government working together to better CSU.
One of my main goals coming into ASCSU is to form relationships. I want to get to know people. I want to form these healthy relationships within ASCSU so that we can more effectively work together and benefit the student body in this way. So I plan on being a welcoming face, being here during my office hours, and always being available to hear from different people and going out and trying to hear different people's opinions.
I think one of my top priorities is going to be being an open ear, especially within the office, my time in the office, but just around campus in general, always listening to what people want to say and what initiatives they want to bring and how it can facilitate that through ASCSU.
I think realizing that we're all here because we're all student leaders who saw the potential to make change in the space. And so taking that into consideration when collaborating and realizing that we all have the same agenda of pushing CSU forward and really providing students with the best work that we can. So.
Thank you. Just a clarifying point, I wanted to ask how the judicial branch, especially the Supreme Court, would be working with particular branches, the other two branches. For example, how would you work together with the senators? Is there particular meetings that will be taking place?
Just so you guys know, all of ASCSU meetings are open to the public. So you guys are more than able to come by and stop in our meetings. We're not discussing confidential information. Those meetings happen every Tuesday from 7:15 onwards, just within the space right behind you guys in the Senate chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Motion to exhaust the speaker's list.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll do this by placard vote. Essentially what that means for those of you who are new, exhausting the speakers list means that the people who are on the speakers list right now, those will be the final speakers, and then we'll move into discussion and debate. So we'll do this by placard. All in favor, raise your hand. That looks unanimous to me. Is it? Keep them up. And I believe Chair Trout voted in the affirmative as well. Okay, this motion passes unanimously. So the speakers list will be exhausted. Senator Reese, you are next.
Thank you. First, I want to say you guys are doing great. Take a deep breath. Doing amazing. Almost done. And kind of a little bit of a more difficult question. What would you guys say is your greatest weakness, and how do you intend to overcome that in this position?
I would say my biggest weakness is I get frustrated way too easily sometimes. And sometimes that kind of makes me kind of go off to the side and kind of gather myself. But I have worked to improve this a lot over the past couple years. I still do get frustrated at times, but I have learned how to kind of go off to the side and gather myself to where I'm not negatively affecting anyone else and that I can kind of be as productive as possible.
I would say that my biggest weakness that I identified throughout my high school career was delegation. As a leader, I am very much a go-getter and very determined to get my goals completed in the best way possible. And so often that meant I would try to take on more than necessary. And so during my junior and senior year especially, I worked on making sure that I was including other people in the process and teaching others how to do what I was doing so it could pass on to them. So I have been working on this, though I don't think my weakness with delegation will negatively impact my ability to carry out my job as a Supreme Court Justice.
I think my biggest weakness would be being an introvert, and standing here now, we're already getting through some boundaries. But with that, I have a hard time asking for help because I don't avoid interaction a lot. But now that I have hopefully an amazing team, I think that interactions in that sense would not be a problem at all.
I think my biggest weakness is doubting myself sometimes. Sometimes I feel as though I'm not an expert in all these things that I'm doing, but I have to constantly remind myself that I'm just more than capable of doing the job that's presented. So.
Thank you so much. Wonderful answers. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Reese, Associate Senator Barton.
I second Senator Reese with you guys doing awesome. I love you guys' responses. You guys had a great time up there. So as far as going and working in teams, if conflict arises, how do you guys plan on resolving that conflict?
Definitely, if we're working as a team, it's definitely important to remain open-minded, especially when conflict arises. We can't be stubborn about our opinions, and we have to be willing to work with not just our team, but everyone around us. So I think that's really important for collaborating, especially when conflict arises.
I think that the core foundation for resolving conflicts is always respect. And so we're making sure that we incorporate respect in everything that we do and make sure that we respect each other as fellow students and fellow human beings, and try to make sure that we are acting with good grace when trying to resolve disputes. Also being great at communicating why there is an issue and how you can solve this in a way that people feel satisfied with the result.
Just to clarify, you're asking if there would be conflict between any one of us on the court?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't anticipate it to be a problem. If it does, like my previous peers have said, listening to each other is the biggest thing, understanding that we all come from the same place of wanting to uphold the same values, taking that into consideration when making decisions together.
I believe friendly debate is always good, especially on a court, but if there's conflict, I think the most important thing is honesty and integrity. If we have an issue with each other, just be open. We should all feel comfortable enough to kind of air our grievances and be able to come to a solution and work functionally as a court. So.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys. Yield my time.
Point of information before we move on, can we all try and focus on using inclusive language and try not to say things like you guys, even though I know it's the Colorado accent and we do it all the time. Try to say y'all or you all or the Senate, things like that. Thanks, I yield.
Thank you, Associate Senator Barton. We'll now move on to the secondary speakers list. There's only one. That is Senator Correa.
Hey, y'all, it's me again. I promise it's only going to be 2 questions. Okay, so my first one is a little simple. What are your goals as associates? And last year, I know associates had some projects that they individually worked on. Do y'all have anything in mind for what projects you want to work on this year?
So I would say my goal as an associate, especially this being my first year, I would love to learn just in general. I plan on attending law school and hopefully practicing law one day. So to kind of learn how to work with a court and get things done, I would say, and learn how to take initiative would be my biggest goal. And then we have been discussing projects, and we will be coming up with those very soon in relation to the judicial.
Right. So I think that one of my biggest goals is just to always act with respect and be a good representative of ASCSU. And that is my main goal coming into ASCSU in general. As Chandler stated, we are in the brainstorming process for pet projects, but we are planning to continue that this year.
I would say my main goal is to be a point of support for my chief and deputy chief. I hope to continue my time on the court after this year. So being a good support system for them, I hope will ensure that. Also just to learn, I think it's really important to learn every single aspect of what you're doing. In terms of projects, I do have some in mind. Not necessarily sure how to relate that back to our court specifically, but definitely some motives that I have in mind.
Yeah, I think my main goal as associate, especially as a senior, is to just be a good leader and leave a good legacy for any associates after me and for the next students of Colorado State University. Our projects are still kind of in the works. We're brainstorming, thinking about things that we want to pursue, but I definitely want to kind of tap into my local connections and do something with local government of some sort. So, yeah.
Thank you, y'all. And my last question, it's a wee bit technical. So, since you all know the Constitution well, and we've already established that, could you all talk about the understanding of the legality of statutes of the Senate, executive, and judicial branch? And these are all written in section 1004. My reasoning for this question is I believe that this is fundamentally the working of the judicial branch has this particular section keeps things binding within the ASCSU space. Also, if the associates could answer this question, I would appreciate it.
I greatly appreciate that question. Like they said, they have had the opportunity to skim the Constitution and read it by themselves. Unfortunately, I do not expect them to be experts on the Constitution. So therefore, I will not be allowing them to answer this question. Me and Deputy Chief Justice Kelly will be combing through every single document in the Constitution, every single word, to bring them up to speed. And we'll wait for technical questions like that for a later date. But as of right now, please just talk to them on their ability to perform the job duties, not being an expert already. Thank you. I yield.
If you have any more questions, you're out of time. You should extend.
No, I do not wish to extend, but I would really appreciate it if y'all would have answered this question, but I guess things work this way now.
I will say that it would be unfair to suggest that these lovely folks up here would know the Constitution like the back of their hand. I don't think any of us should go into voting expecting that they could pull out a section of the Constitution off the top of their head. But I do understand that we do want these folks to be well versed, but something of that nature that would possibly render an opinion, and opinions are very well thought out by the court and deliberated by the court. So if you have anything further on that specific section, of course you can file an opinion once these folks are ratified. That does exhaust the speakers list, so I will ask these candidates to go out into the hallway so that we could begin a voting a period of discussion and debate rather. It's kind of like just I guess it's my discretion to how much time is allotted for discussion. Isn't it 20?
It's 10, I think. Hang on, wait.
That would be per candidate.
Yeah, it's 10 per candidate. I kind of give 30 for the question and answer. I feel like you could do 30 for this.
Okay. So we'll enter a 30-minute period of discussion and debate.
I was wrong. It's 20 per candidate.
20,
so it'd be an hour.
20 per candidate. We'll just go with 30 for now, and of course we could extend if need be. So I will create a speakers list as well, as far as discussion and debate. Starting with the first race placard. I think I saw Senator Thompson first.
I think it's obvious that these four are very qualified, and we asked them plenty of questions and got all the information we need, and I moved to previous question.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion to approve this question and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Abstentions? This motion passes. The period of discussion and debate is over. We'll now move into voting. I will entertain a motion to approve these candidates with unanimous consent. Chair
Mr.
Ady?
Speaker, I make a motion to approve all these candidates with unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent to that motion? Seeing none, these candidates are approved unanimously. Thank you, everyone. That sped things up quite a bit.
We do have one.
And Chief Justice Zacharias, are you going to administer the oath? Okay.
I state your name.
I, Chandler Ryder,
Do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
Set forth by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
and will rightly perform the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, guys.
Congrats. We'll now move into the ratification of the elections manager. Chief Justice will present it.
So I have the great job tonight of introducing Grace Newman for the position of election manager to hopefully be ratified by you all. I hired Grace for 2 reasons, mainly again because of her passion and her involvement in the community. Last year, Grace was the vice chair of BSOF, and beyond that, she's very active in multiple student organizations around campus and actually engaging students. And as all you guys know, this is a huge quality that the election manager needs to have in order to reach our voter threshold that we've been struggling to reach the last couple of years. And therefore, I introduce you guys Grace Newman.
Hello, guys. I'm Grace Newman. I use she series pronouns. I'm a business major and a legal studies minor. So open the floor to questions. Can I do that?
Yep. So we'll take questions starting with the first raised placard. Also keep your placards up if you do want to ask a question so I can put you on the speaker's list. We'll start with Senator Cabrew.
May I begin the questioning? All right, could you repeat your position, please?
Yes, elections manager.
Elections manager, and then also what was the previous position that you held?
I was the vice chair of BSOF.
All right, and yeah, that's all the questions I had. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Milka.
All right, so basically last year we didn't have a good turnout for elections and things didn't go our way how we wanted to for the student body. So I'm happy you're gonna be doing this. My question for you tonight is, what's your plan if you have one already? If you don't, that's okay. This is a big thing. But how do you think you're gonna go about doing this?
Yes, great question. I would definitely love to see more student engagement and involvement. Like my roommate didn't even vote last year and I was like, come on, people, we need to get excited about this. So I definitely am looking to brainstorm this year about how to get students excited and wanting to get involved with ASCSU and voting. I don't have concrete plans yet. I'd be open to any ideas if you'll have some, but I think, yeah, we need more innovative ways than just emails and stuff like that, because I mean, students don't look at emails, as we know. So no solid plans yet, but looking to come up with some new innovative ones.
Awesome, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Milka. We'll move to Senator Laffey.
My question for you is, why did you decide to pursue this position?
I think it's really important for students to get involved. Obviously, ASCSU is here to serve the student body. And yeah, I just am excited about that. I think this role is perfect for me because I like supporting roles. I like engaging students, going out there and talking to everyone. Yeah, and supporting people. So I don't know, I saw this role and I was excited about it and just thought, why not? Get some students excited about voting and running.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Laffey. Senator Correa.
Hello. So what are your goals with being the election manager?
Yeah, so like we said before, students did not really vote last year and we didn't have a lot of people running either. So I would definitely love to see a higher percentage of voters. I would like to see a higher percentage of people running, have multiple options. Yeah, I think just raising awareness for ASCSU, what we are, what running looks like, what voting looks like, and why it's beneficial for people to vote is some of my major goals, also being, again, a supporting role to people who need it.
Okay, so what is your understanding about the problems faced during elections last year?
Yeah, like I said, I feel like the awareness was just not there. Also, people didn't care like to vote. I don't think they understood like the impact that ASCSU and like student body president and things like that have on them, and the voice that they do have and can use. I think that's a major problem. And again, just getting people to do it. Like students are like, no, I have enough assignments. I don't want to do something that I'm forced to. So I think again, getting students excited about it to run and to vote are two of the things that I am looking to do. And I think that that's something that was lacking last year.
Alrighty, nicely answered. What are your plans to promote the elections?
Again, I don't have any solid plans yet. I think I'll do the basics, but again, I'm looking for some new, fun, good ideas that will get students excited and cater more towards like students of our generation. So it's not just flooding their inboxes with emails. I don't want to be like that. So no solid plans yet, but definitely looking to innovate.
How would you collaborate with CTV, KCSU, and the Collegian?
Yeah, I think those are awesome resources. I'm definitely planning on using them. Again, just getting the word out. The Collegian is a great resource. Yeah, my plan is to use them.
Okay, what are your plans for ranked choice voting?
For what?
Ranked choice voting.
Yeah, good question. I think I'm definitely like open to considering that. We're gonna need some more people to run if we're gonna do that. And that's my goal, is to get more people to run. So I think it's something that I would consider talking about and thinking about.
How would you ensure that the committee you hire is going to be unbiased in their decisions?
Another good question. Yeah, I think, again, being aware that ASCSU is here to serve the student body, and our student body is very diverse and has a bunch of different people to represent. So I think getting feedback from students and student organizations and key communities and stuff like that is important. I think spreading the word is important. And I think asking, again, like key communities and all sorts of different groups if they'd like to get involved and how that can be an accessible thing to them.
Okay, and my last question is, what is your understanding about the elections code? I know we will be amending it a little bit this year as well, like we do every year. But as of now, as it's currently stated, what is your understanding about the elections code?
So like as a whole?
So we have an elections code on how things need to work. What is your understanding of that?
Yeah, so I read through it and again, like I'm familiarizing myself with it. So my understanding of it is it's there and it's something that I need to abide by, and that's my goal. Other than that, I can't speak much more in depth about it. I'm definitely committed to like becoming very familiar and making sure that I'm abiding by all the rules, but I can't say much more than that right now.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Correa. We'll now move on to Chair Athey.
How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yes, so I think this is important. Last year on BSOP, I got to see how diverse our student body is and how many different organizations there are. And that was really awesome to see that we do have so many students that we get to represent and that are part of our student body. So I think my main ways of like trying to have diversity and inclusion is setting like firm goals of having a diverse elections committee and making sure that I'm reaching out to every community, that student community and organization that I can, making sure that, yeah, I have feedback. I'm talking with students, making sure that I realize that the people that I represent are a very small slice of the community as a whole. And I want to get a diverse student body engagement this year. So
how are you going to recognize your inherent biases?
Yeah, again, I think just being self-aware is the first and major step of recognizing inherent biases. And I think the second one is self-education and having feedback and like checks and balances. Yeah, but I think being self-aware and self-education is a major step into making sure that those don't trickle into the job.
Thank you. I yield my time. And Mr. Speaker, there are 2.5 minutes left in Q&A.
With that said, I'd entertain a motion to exhaust the speakers list. Well, I need someone to make that motion. I can't make motions myself. I can say, okay. So that motion is on the floor. Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor of exhausting the speakers list, raise your placards. That appears unanimous as well. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to Senator Pereira. Is that, am I saying that?
It's Pereira.
Pereira?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, bro.
So my question is, knowing that students' involvement in the election was very low last year, especially international students, most of them don't know about the election. My question is, how do you plan and what are you, do you have any plans to get them involved in the election next year?
Yes, I have plans to get everyone who wants to be involved, even if they don't want to be involved. But I think, again, a major part of getting people involved is getting the word out. So I think going to those communities and asking what are ways that we can make this election more accessible to you? What are ways that the word needs to be spread better to you are my major plans. And I would be open to any more suggestions anyone has to getting as many people involved as we can.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Pereira. Okay. We'll move on to Senator Sonarca.
How do you intend to be an active elections manager throughout the year?
Good question. Yeah, I feel like initiative has to be there. I feel like being an active member in the student body has to be there. There's, again, a ton of students on this campus, big potential to have student involvement, but I think it needs to be consistent and it needs to be intentional and it needs to be accessible to people. So that is my plan, is just making sure I have set goals, that I'm active in the community, that I have yeah, feedback, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Sonarca. So let me explain what's going to happen next. President Long has something called ex officio status. So any director, member of the executive branch, members of the judicial branch, they have ex officio status. So at this time, he's allowed to ask a question. He just can't vote, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for clarifying that. Remind me of your name again.
Grace.
Grace,
Yeah.
thank you for doing this. It's a hard job. I have one question for you. What would you call a successful election?
Good question. I think it's multi-pronged. I think we need to see higher student involvement in running. I want to see like more than one person on the ballot. I want to have, again, a diverse ballot so people can feel like they're represented and have people on there that they feel comfortable voting for.
So that's the first part. I think second part is again, higher student involvement. If we want to hear students' voice, it has to be more than 9% of them. So I think getting people excited, getting people voting, and having them feel represented is a successful election.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That answers my question. I yield my time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, President Long. And finally, we'll move on to Chair Trout, who is on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, good evening. Just some quick questions for you. How do you plan to balance work, ASCSU, and school?
My planner will be my best friend. It is hard as a student to time manage. I think it's an acquired skill for me, but I think the way that I've best found it for me is having set times. I'm going to be here doing this at this time. I'm going to be here doing this at this time. And also making sure that I have time for like physical and mental health is a big one, because you can't balance school and work if you aren't checking in on those two. So that's my plan, is just making sure that I am taking care of myself and having set times where I'm doing stuff related to school or related to this job.
Thank you. And what made you decide to apply for this position, and why do you think you are most qualified for it?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that I applied for this position because I feel passionately about student involvement, and especially in ASCSU. I think ASCSU's mission is super important. I think student voices are super important. So running and voting is a major part of that. And why am I qualified? Is that the second part of the question?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, I think I, again, really love supporting roles. I feel like I do best in those. And that's basically this job, is helping support people who want to run, get the word out, and then supporting students and encouraging them to vote. I'm also organized, driven. I'm hyping myself up here, but like all those are things that I pride myself in. So.
Awesome. Thank you for your answers, and hype yourself up, Queen. This is a really big position. I'm really excited to see you thrive in this position if you do get elected into it. So thank you, Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Chair Trout. I would ask the candidate to please step out in the hallway. We'll move into a period of discussion and debate. Officer Bugari.
Use that one. You can't reach this one.
Hi all, I'm Faraz Bukhari, the Recruitment and Retention Officer. I also represent the College of Health and Human Sciences. But yeah, long day. I just can't remember. I'd also like to remind everyone that the idea of outreach isn't just pertinent to their position if they do get elected. You all have a civic duty with your position and representing all the communities you come from. This includes me as well, and I work with outreach too. So if they get this position, they'll be working with me, so that'll be great. But please reach out, because sorry, I'm out of breath. Last election we had what, 6%? So that man right there, and then I think the highest election was 2019 with 20-something percent. 26%. Let's shoot for 50.
Yeah.
And that's not just on that person. That's all of y'all. This is a community effort, right? So if they do get put in this position, let's not stress it on them, but let's work together with them, because all the branches work together, right? So let's keep that in mind. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Bugari. Senator Mocha.
Awesome. I feel pretty much comfortable with everything that we heard of. So I don't know how you guys are feeling. I feel very confident in this candidate, and yeah, I yield.
Point of information, I'm just gonna say every time we say you guys, this is nothing at you, Senator Malka. You will. Thanks.
So is there anyone else that wishes to? Okay, Senator Pepper.
I'd like to motion for unanimous.
So you'd have to motion to previous questions, so we'd end the time for.
Motion to previous question.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Abstentions? This passes unanimously. I would entertain a motion to approve this candidate with unanimous consent.
Motion to approve this candidate with unanimous consent.
Okay, is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, this candidate is approved with unanimous consent. Congrats, everyone, for making this go faster. The Chief Justice will administer the oath of office.
I state your name,
I, Grace Newman,
do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
set forth by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, I would entertain a motion to kind of edit the agenda and move old business in front of new business. And let me explain first, before we go into that, before anyone makes that motion. Constitutionally, we have to pass the bylaws this meeting. And so with a lot of legislation on the docket for new business, I think it would be best to move into old business first, make sure that the bylaws are out of the way. And then we could get on to the new business with the way things are moving. And given that these are first readings, I have full confidence that we'll get through everything. I just really want to make sure that we focus on the bylaws first before maybe folks start trickling out of the chamber. So Senator Correa.
I motion to move bylaws to the current position on the agenda.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I second that.
Okay, so all those in favor of moving the bylaws, the old business in front of new business, we'll do this by a placard vote. All those in favor? That looks unanimous to me.
Nope.
No? Okay, okay, so, okay, go ahead and put them down. All those opposed? Okay, and abstentions? Okay, the vote is 37-1-0. This motion passes. Will the parliamentarian reflect that change on the agenda, please? Another thing we will have to do, we will have to go into something called committee of the whole. That means we kind of discharge from this session and go into a big committee of sorts, and we deliberate the bylaws directly. So that needs a 2/3 majority as well. If someone wants to make the motion to move into committee of the whole.
Point of order, it's by default.
Oh, it's automatic because of the links. Okay. So just for my understanding, we don't need a vote. We just go into committee of the whole. Okay. So we'll now enter committee of the whole, and I will step down as chair because this is my bill.
Now you get to turn me. Oh, all right.
Okay.
I need a second. Okay. Sorry, I have to pull up this document for a second. It's gonna take me a second.
So while Chair Amy is doing that, let me explain what we're gonna do. Until we come up with a decision, we can't leave committees of the whole, correct? I'll yield to Chair Amy.
Decision of sort.
So the way that this is written in the Lex, Chair Crowe, not Chair, Senator Crowe, please correct me if I am wrong, is that we are going to go through all of the changes, and if anyone has suddenly another amendment they want to add, we can do that because we're in a committee. If someone says, hey, that's an amendment we need to talk about some more, we'll talk about it some more. If it becomes too contentious of a topic, and we're talking about, and by contentious, I mean like there's a lot of discussion about it, then that gets automatically pulled from this set of bylaws for the moment, and it is going to get written into another edit of the bylaws that is going to come probably pretty soon after here. But that way we get a basic bylaws passed for the beginning of the 52nd Senate. Even if it doesn't necessarily have all of the changes we want, we at least have something to work with, because historically we haven't passed the bylaws until like January or February, and that's kind of a problem. Did I hit all of the points? Cool. It's pretty important, but still use Robert's rules is how it goes.
Point of clarification. So this is, we're gonna go page by page, edit by edit, and kind of talk about and discuss whether we agree or disagree with the edits. And there's too much contention about one edit specifically, where that's gonna be tabled for another committee, right? And then we'll discuss that at a later date.
Yes.
Perfect, thanks so much.
I think we can also kind of skip grammatical edits if everyone's cool with that, because it's grammar. I personally, I'm the chair who has a lot of these edits in here. My committee did those. I went through and I highlighted all of the changes that aren't grammatical, so that I can make sure we can skip to those, but I'm going to scroll kind of slowly as I'm parliamentarianing. So if someone sees something, stop me. Just speak up, because I won't see your hand. Wait, I have to pull it. Yeah, I'm just gonna scroll. I'm just gonna scroll. Was that fine?
Personal privilege. Do you mind zooming in a bit?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Also, if the changes that were made could be presented by any sort, that would be helpful.
Yes. Where did Speaker DeSalvo go? Did he leave?
No,
Oh, you're
right
over
here.
there. You should be up here. Come stand over here.
He wants to see.
You want to see?
I wanna,
Okay.
yeah, I wanna be able to see the TV.
Okay, I'm switching over to this one so I can do both things at the same time.
On the Zoom, at least from my end, it's still stuck on the agenda. If it's not for y'all, then don't worry about it, but that's just on my end.
Thank you. Is it better now?
Yes, thank you.
Cool, okay. So again, I'm just gonna scroll to the big changes, but I'm gonna scroll kind of
Just a
slowly.
brief point of information. Over here, yeah. The top one, it says quorum is said in assembly of the majority number of the voting members. Isn't quorum like a minority, or is that just the language the bylaws uses?
Is that a question to me?
To just anyone who might know, because I believe in the committee bylaws, they use assembly of the minority. This is like the minimum number of members you would need in order to have any of your legislation be heard or changes upheld.
So I think that this definition is here like this because quorum is a majority of the voting members that exist in the Senate. And so it was just, I think it was here as kind of a shorthand for like what quorum is, even though it might be a little bit of a changed definition to what we're used to.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because they would be saying opposite things in that case in both either the committee bylaws and then the Senate bylaws. So I think it'd help to have a consistent definition.
You're allowed to make friendly amendments if you would like to.
Could we make it minority?
Is that what it says in all committee bylaws? Because if we change one and it's not the same as this one.
And
that's my
All
concern.
bylaws a second.
Internal and budgetary, they use minority of the voting members.
It can kind of be up to however the Senate wants to do this, because it might also be easier to change Senate, committee bylaws than Senate bylaws. Speaker disagrees.
Point of information. So Chair Rencher, are you asking for that change to be reflected in the bylaws of the 52nd as a whole? Or are you curious as far as quorum for committee of the whole? Are you referring to committee of the whole?
Just for the bylaws, so that the definition can be consistent on what a quorum means for like how it is used. Because from my understanding of it, a quorum means the minimum number of members that you need in order for any of your changes to be valid. And so if we say the majority number of voting members, that means like everyone would have to be present.
I think that interpretation, so to my understanding, it's just the majority that you need. I think they're almost opposites of each other, but they mean the same thing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think so.
That would be my interpretation as well.
Okay, in that case, it's fine. I just wanted to clarify.
I was just going to say, if there is confusion, we could change it to 51% of the total voting members as quorum. That will make it simpler.
If that makes a difference.
It's okay as is, I think, if people understand it.
We could also vote on this, whether if you'd want it to stay as majority, minority, 2/3, 51%. Is there a motion?
Can we do 52?
No. I'm waiting for someone to say something.
I would just think if it's a quorum and assembly of the minority of voting members, that could be one person voting, right? Would that make it? Would that understand it? I share Athey, I think, with as clarification.
If I'm understanding Chair Renter correctly, I think that she meant the minimum number of people that is required equals quorum, which and that number is a majority of people. Is that like we have to have, what is quorum?
Let me explain, because I think it's going through my head. I'm not too sure if it's going through everyone else's head, so we're just going to connect brain cells right now. What this is saying, so the minority, so the least number, like the smallest number that you need to be able to pass something is also the majority number that you need. Like it's going from 0 to 1.
So it's 51%.
It is 51% regardless of the way that it's written.
Okay, so I think as everyone understands it's 51%, no change needs to be made.
Cool.
Is everyone on the same page with that?
Yes.
Is there any dissent to that?
It is explained in further detail lower in the bylaws, just so everyone is aware. Okay, are we good to keep scrolling? Cool. Oh, I see a hand.
Let's see, I move to make a friendly amendment to make the title 52nd Senate.
That's already gonna occur since this is the 52nd Senate. It was not written.
Yeah, that was not reflected. No.
So yourself, you can just accept that change if you like.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, now are we gonna keep scrolling? Cool, okay.
Do you mind scrolling slower?
Yes, I will. Let me go back up to the top and I will scroll slower. Or if you guys have your, wait, was this sent out?
This was sent out, but it doesn't have the active changes on it, but that's something that can be shown on the big screen.
It should have the active changes on it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If you have.
Well, it has the active changes, but it doesn't have like, so like for parliamentarian authority, it doesn't have that subsection, a different thing, at least to my knowledge. I can check.
Okay, well then, if that's what's gonna happen, I think we might have to go line by line since not everyone has access to all of these changes.
Okay, let me rephrase. It does have the changes. It just doesn't have the line dash through or like the lines dash through like A. It just says P for parliamentarian authority, if that makes sense. So it has the changes.
Are you looking at the internal affairs edits copy that was sent in the weekly email? Because I'm looking at it right now and it does.
The one that was sent to the weekly email.
Again, with transparency, not everyone has access to track changes. So either we go line by line, or somehow within this chamber, everyone gets access to be able to see this. So that way they can look through it, know what it is. Otherwise, there's no transparency with these.
Is there any objection to people going line by line?
So
I know it's gonna take time, but
Are you asking for a read in full? Just to clarify what you're
could
asking.
you define that?
Read every single word in this document.
We could go section 1, line A, any objections? Section 1, line B, objections. So we don't have to go quorum dash assembly, right? I feel like that'd be more efficient, or if we like cut to line, we know A and B don't have any sort of edits, so we cut to line C and then cut to line E.
I see it as extremely beneficial to go line by line on these documents. So, Senator, Speaker DeSalvo.
So yeah, I guess we have a couple options. There is that option where we go line by line and kind of read it all in full. Or as we were doing, we skip past the grammatical stuff and we go to the things that were actually changed within the bylaws and discuss that. Because going line by line, it would introduce the availability to add even more into the bylaws. And I think for the purposes of these already going through committee, there was already a first kind of reading last session in the spring where there weren't many controversial edits that I made. That's what we could do. I think we'd have to vote on that, what our preference is, whether we want to read it entirely or just look at the actual edits that were made.
So we're going to vote on, well, first we're going to vote on, sorry, if you guys would rather, I corrected myself. If y'all would rather go, first we're going to start if you want to go line by line, yes or no. Yays, line by line, edit. Like it's red, line by line, like change line. So if a line is changed, that's what's red. If it's a grammatical one, it's just red. This is a grammatical change. We move past. Okay. Can I get a placard vote, please? We got 19. Nays. Abstentions. Since that doesn't meet the 2/3 requirement, that fails. So now we have to figure out another solution that we can all agree on, which I would suggest the next best thing is Speaker DeSalvo's method, which we could also vote on that.
It doesn't require it's a majority.
Yeah.
19 to 10 to 4. Math me.
That would be just a simple majority.
And that's what we're doing, folks. All righty, we'll go line by line.
Okay. Section 1 definitions, subsection C, legislative officers. Members of the legislative branch, other than senators and associates who possess floor motion and speaking rights, was changed to legislative officers and appointed legislative aides, others than senators and associates who possess floor motion and speaking rights.
Point of personal privilege, your mic and your mom.
Sure. Okay, let's use this one. Thank you for that. I'm gonna start with this one and I will start again. Okay. Section C, legislative officers. Members of the legislative branch, other than senators and associates who possess floor motion and speaking rights, was changed to legislative officers, appointed legislative aides, other than the rest of that sentence. Any dissent to that change? Cool. Okay, D, 51st Senate was changed to 52nd Senate. That one in full. The same change was made in E. H, legislative cabinet, the officers consisting of the Speaker of the Senate, Speaker pro tempore, parliamentarian, recruitment and retention officer, ASCSU internal committee chairs, and any appointed legislative aides was changed to and relevant ASCSU caucus chairs.
I saw Speaker DeSalvo first. I recorded my.
So I'm just kind of curious what was meant by relevant ASCSU caucus chairs. I kind of take issue with that wording because then it comes down to, well, who decides what a relevant caucus chair is? Will we get to a point where we decide that the women's caucus is not relevant or the diversity and inclusion caucus is not relevant? I think that language opens that up, and I'm just not comfortable with calling it relevant ASCSU caucus chairs. I would rather strike relevant and just put and ASCSU caucus chairs.
Senator Correa.
That was my same question. I yield redundancy.
Is there any dissent to what Speaker DeSalvo just said? Anyone have any different opinions on this line?
Can I supply supplementing information to why internal affairs made this change? Okay, internal decided relevant caucus chairs because as an example, a few years ago, we made the caucus called the, I don't even remember at this point, it was relevant to sororities. And internal affairs didn't necessarily see that the chair of that caucus would need to have a space in the legislative cabinet because they don't necessarily relate to Senate. And they thought that relevant could kind of be delineated in the creation of that caucus. And so like caucuses now would stay as they are because they're already in legislative cabinet, but I mean, they would have to be decided.
Decided by who?
The author of that caucus, because when caucuses are created, a bill is written.
So let's say the same thing had to happen again. Let's say there was a sorority caucus, as you mentioned. If that author in their bill said that it should be a part of legislative cabinet, would it be a part of legislative cabinet?
That depends on how the Senate would edit that, because the Senate gets to edit that document. It's not just an author that gets to ever write a piece of legislation. The Senate gets to edit them also.
Okay, so it'll be completely based on if Senate approves it or not.
Yes.
Okay.
Speaker DeSalvo.
Again, just to reiterate, I still take issue with perhaps some of these fundamental, like really important caucuses, like the Women's Caucus and Diversity and Inclusion Caucus, being stripped because of the language that exists now, especially if there ever were to come a time that there was a hostile Senate to either of those two caucuses, they could be stripped entirely by the language. So I would make an amendment to remove the word relevant from that line.
Any dissent? The chair would move the next slide. Speaker DeSalvo.
Sorry, again, I believe that language relevant appears multiple times throughout the bylaws. So is everyone fine with wherever that word relevant is in relation to caucus chairs, that being struck from the record?
Any dissent?
Speaker DeSalvo, will you help me keep an eye out for that as I'm reading? Thank you.
Gotcha.
Okay. SFRB, the Student Fee Review Board, was amended for formatting to add LSAB, the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board, and K was stricken from the line. No changes in applicability. A was changed to P in parliamentary authority. As a senator, I would amend that to just BA.
By a second.
I know the formatting is weird. Okay. I don't know, can I make a motion that we can fix formatting after so that it doesn't take up everyone's time?
Second.
Cool. Okay. Senate meeting operations. A, during the regular spring fall semester, Senate sessions will be held on Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time in the ASCSU Senate chambers and online via Zoom. The link will be sent out by Monday through, nope, that wasn't in there. Sent out by Monday. Senate will not meet during finals week, university closures, or any night in which extreme circumstances are prevented unless prior notice is given more than 24 hours in advance by the Speaker of the Senate. That was edited to add, the link will be sent out by Monday through the ASCSU official weekly email. And the advance notice was changed from 24 hours to 72 hours. And at the end was added in advance by the Speaker of the Senate in conjunction with the legislative cabinet.
Are we good with these changes? Speaker just all good.
So I believe that language existed in there because it's talking about meeting during finals week, which we typically don't. And then when extreme circumstances are presented. So that means essentially a special session or an emergency session. And how the rules are set up now, special sessions can be called by either the president or the Speaker of the Senate. And that's the rule with 48 hours in advance because it's considered under an emergency or a special session. This would change it to add an extra day, which in my view would negate the purpose of even calling an emergency or a special session. And then you'd also have to get the legislative cabinet on board, which means that process could be delayed even further in the event that you need to call a special session. So I would move to remove the 72 hours, keep it at 24, and remove in conjunction with the legislative cabinet.
A motion has been made. Who made the motion?
I would dissent to that.
I second that.
You second what?
The motion.
Next motion. Okay. So since there is dissent, I believe you go into a placard vote.
I would like to amend that motion to allow for supplementary context before a vote is held so that everyone is aware of why Internal Affairs Committee made changes.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, that amendment kind of that also needs vote. But I did see a lot of noise.
We're kind of informal right now.
Okay, cool. Internal Affairs made these changes, so I'm just reading so that I get a good point of view here. Okay. Senate will not meet during any of these things unless prior notice is given more than 72 hours in advance, so that, because if it's 24 hours, a lot of people have homework or have work or have lots of different reasons why they would not be able to attend Senate, and 72 hours notice allows for some space so that people can get their schedule set up so that they can be able to attend Senate, I guess is what I'm trying to go with that. Another point, and it is gone from my brain. And in conjunction with the legislative cabinet is so that the legislative cabinet is aware of things. I believe that it was brought up that Senate was held during a special session over the summer a couple of times, and the legislative cabinet was not ever notified of that. And so that was kind of the intent in that. Churchow or Senator Melko, please add supplemental information because both of you were at Internal Affairs. That's kind of where that was going. 32 hours just allows people to actually be able to get some space. 24 hours is kind of
exclusionary for anyone who has a life, and I feel like a lot of people here have a life. Do either of you have anything to add? Because I didn't explain that very well, but I know that there was a good discussion around this.
Senator Correa.
I do second chair AP that 24 hours is a little too less. I think having it at 48 hours would be much better. And also if the author could clarify why they would like to remove in conjunction with legislative cabinet, that would be helpful.
Are you yielding to him?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially what happened when I stepped into this role as speaker, former Speaker Hunter kind of gave me the rundown of the operations and how everything worked. And this amendment is kind of in relation to not only notifying legislative cabinet, but crafting an agenda. What he told me is that he'd craft an agenda and maybe he'd have parliamentarian clerk look over it and he'd send it out. He'd send out the agendas on Monday. Did not need approval from the legislative cabinet for those agendas. That was what I was told. I was told that the rule was changed informally during the 51st Senate with former Speaker Hill, because Speaker Hill could not be trusted to do the agenda properly. So they had kind of that oversight. But I take issue with, I mean, I do agree as far as the 48 hours, but in conjunction with the legislative cabinet, that strips more power away from the president and the speaker that has existed since these roles have been in place. And so I feel that we'd be in a kind of situation of constitutional rot if we would take that peer view away
Point of
from the
information
speaker.
on that. As a member of the legislative cabinet last year, that's not true. And that it's the legislative cabinet, all of them voted on the agenda every single time. Speaker Hunter never submitted an agenda by himself. I'm not sure where that information came from. In addition to that, also, special session doesn't have any kind of definitions laid out in it. And so it's not really delineated that that's only the speaker or the president that are allowed to call that session. It's literally mentioned twice in the Constitution, and it's just special session, nothing else. That's my point of information.
Do you yield back to Senator Curry, or are you yielding back to me?
I guess I would say in clarification, of course, we could look at clarifying in the Constitution what a special session means and what that looks like. But for purpose of these bylaws, I guess it would just reiterate what I've been saying, and again make the motion to strike that from the bylaws.
Senator Reese.
I would entertain a motion that we change 72 to 48 hours, and since in conjunction with the legislative cabinet is such a issue right now, we can table it till next time when we discuss that, unless someone wishes to say.
So I'm going to do those in two parts since those are two different things. So the motion has been made to change 24 hours to 48 hours. Is there any dissent to this motion? Seeing none.
Senator Cabrillo is raising her placard.
Okay, since there is dissent, we're going to go through a placard vote. Yeas.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Cabrillo was going to ask a question, a point of information, something to that nature. She wasn't dissenting.
Thank you. That was correct. Senator Cabrillo.
So point of information, I wanted to clarify what I'm reading. It says the Senate will not meet during finals week, university closures, or any night in which extreme circumstances are presented unless prior notice is given. I wanted to ask, has it been the case in previous Senate chambers that emergency meetings have been called during finals week, university closures, or nights in which extreme circumstances are present?
To my knowledge, no. We just called them over the summer because we had people to ratify. Seldom are they called. And I'd say even less they would ever be called during finals since it's written.
Because I wanted to bring up the point that even though we are ASCSU members, we're students first, and It feels that ASCSU is impeding on our time as students when it's written into the bylaws that it's possible ASCSU could potentially call emergency meetings during times in which we're supposed to not be having meetings. Finals week being, I think, the most prudent one. So
They can't be called during finals. That's what that says.
It says unless prior notice is given is why I'm confused.
Yeah, the language does kind of imply that it could be held on those times. I've only ever seen an emergency session or a special session held during the summer or on a weekend. That's if you would like to change the language so that it can never be on these days, but you could hold it at alternate times as a special session if necessary, something like that. You could do that.
Okay. All right, I yield my time.
You don't want to make a motion to do that?
Not at this moment, no.
Senator Kilburn.
Motion to change the language to clarify that there can be no meetings, emergency or special during finals week or university closures, only on non-regular meeting days.
So we are actively in another motion that I thought that Senator Gabru was dissenting to. Was there any dissent to changing? That gave you trauma. Is there any dissent to changing 24 to 48 hours? 72 to 48 hours. Any dissent? Seeing none. Parliamentarian, please make that change. And now we're going to go into Senator Kilburn's motion of changing the language of this line. Okay, is there any dissent to this one? Are you dissenting or are you asking a question?
I'm dissenting to the motion.
Okay, since there is dissent, this will go by placard vote. Yeas.
Should we clarify what we're changing it to before we vote?
So to my knowledge, what we're voting on is just changing the nature in which it's written to clarify that there will be no Senate during finals week or university holidays. Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Kilburn. Senator Correa.
Just for a better clarified language, if I could, Senator Kilburn, amend your motion to add except finals week after Speaker of the Senate, just for language purposes.
Senator Reese, do you still have something to say?
Yes, so I would be fine if we said no meetings during finals week, but university closures and nights with for extreme circumstances, I feel like that should still be present. Given that it's rarely ever been used, right? Like I believe the word seldom and only summer sessions are used. I would be hesitant to close off the possibility of university closures and nights of extreme circumstance, but I would agree with the exclusion of finals week because that is very stressful for everyone.
Yeah, so what the motion is saying is just university holidays and finals week, which if it's Christmas Day, I'm not coming to hang out with y'all. That's all I'm gonna say. Senator Speaker DeSalvo.
So what I'm hearing is that possibly we could just strike anything after university closures. So that it reads the Senate will not meet during finals week or university closures. And then we just get rid of the rest of that.
Are you gonna amend Senator Correa's amendment?
Yeah, I guess I would amend that amendment.
Okay. Well, motion. Okay. Does everyone know what we're talking about now? Is there any confusion? Senator Correa.
Yes, I'm sorry, but like when you said everything after university closures, is it all the way until Speaker of the Senate? When does it stop?
Yeah, so it would strike everything after university closures so that it would read the Senate wouldn't meet during finals week or university closures. And then we could hash out what a special session is or who could call a special session later on down in the bylaws because that's what's presented.
Okay, perfect.
point of information, there is a piece of legislation on the floor tonight that defines what a special session is, so we don't need to cover that because it'll be in that legislation.
All right, just to clarify so everyone knows what's going on. The motion was made to change the language to the nature of no university holidays. I mean, university holidays equal no Senate. Finals week equal also no Senate ever. Is there any dissent to this motion? Are you dissenting? Are both of you dissenting? Okay. Seeing done, will the parliamentarian please reflect those changes?
Okay, moving on. Subsection A. Speaker DeSalvo edit stated, Zoom must only be used during extenuating circumstances. Internal Affairs edited that to say senators and associate senators appearing on Zoom must notify the chair beforehand. And we wrote this very specifically because extenuating circumstances implies that someone gets to approve that, and that is the list.
So I saw Senator, you can use your mic now.
Parker Doyle.
I saw his hand up first.
I motion that we modify that line to include a time in which they must notify before the meeting rather than just a minute before I'm going to be on Zoom.
Might I suggest allowing a little bit of discussion before making motions?
I would agree.
Okay. After that, I saw Speaker DeSalvo.
So I could just provide some of my headspace on why I put Zoom must only be used during extenuating circumstances. Is that oftentimes in this Senate chamber, we discuss hot button and contentious issues. Sometimes the things are said that aren't necessarily heard by everyone. And in my view, if you're on Zoom, you aren't necessarily engaged fully. A lot of the time, folks go to Zoom in order to maybe do homework and work on a paper while they're at home, but still have voting rights within the Senate. And I don't know, I just take issue with everyone not being fully engaged because, when we do have to vote on things that are really hot button and maybe something wasn't exactly heard, things can get blown out of proportion, snowball. And I think the extenuating circumstances part of it, like if in my mind, that's if somebody is sick, but they still want to come to Senate, but not necessarily be in the chamber and possibly spread that sickness. That's kind of what I meant by extenuating circumstances. I just don't want it to be used as kind of something to fall back on if you've got work to do.
Are you yielding?
I do yield, yes.
Senator Jensen?
Yes, I sort of second what the speaker said. I feel like this change is not necessary. I feel like the extenuating circumstances requires that people show up, and maybe the clarification can be made on what extenuating circumstances are to better clarify that. But I feel like this change is not necessary.
So the change that you're talking about was Speaker DeSalvo's change. So the change that Speaker DeSalvo made was that you can't be on Zoom unless if that's an extenuating circumstance. So I'm kind of confused by
Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, so I'm agreeing what Speaker DeSalvo said, that Zoom should only be used during extenuating circumstances.
Okay, do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Senator Lowe.
As the other senator also representing the SDC, it is ableist to imply that remote participation is lesser, and it is making the space inaccessible to students with disabilities to change it to extenuating circumstances. Additionally, I worry about requiring that disclosure of circumstances to be both an access barrier and a potential breach of privacy.
Senator Milka.
Okay, so after long thought about this, I thought that at first I thought that it would be good to have the option of Zoom at all times. But I do think it should only be under like extreme circumstances. And my reason for that is I think that this body works really well in person. I do believe though that, you know, if you're sick or you have something really bad, then like I'm gonna have knee surgery in January, I'll probably have to be on Zoom. But so we still have the option for Zoom. But I think that if we're gonna be a really well-functioning body, I think that we should be in person because we'll work best together that way.
Do you yield?
Yes, I do yield.
Senator Reese?
I yield to redundancy.
Senator Chair Trout?
So I'm understand the concern regarding extenuating circumstances. I just worry that if we don't explain that, it feels more like if for whatever reason you decide to do Zoom, whether you are sick or I'm just not like, for an example, I'm not mentally in the right headspace to be physically there, and I would rather be at home but still participate. I think if we want to change it, we can, but extenuating circumstances needs to be chat about. And I feel like just notifying the chair beforehand, I feel like does it justice enough for extenuating circumstances. And that could just be, hey, I'm not in the mindset to deal with Senate in person, but I still want to be able to participate and represent my constituents. Now I'm sick, so that's why I'm doing Zoom. But for anyone else who would be maybe not in the right mental space or anything like that, I do think it's ignoring that value by saying specifically extenuating circumstances, because that might not be extenuating circumstances. It just might be done. I'm just socialed out and I can't attend physically. So I agree with internal affairs change on that, and I encourage y'all to view it in that lens instead. I yield.
I am just also going to point out before we continue this discussion that the internal edit isn't that much different. It just says that you have to notify the chair. But with that being said, Chair Athey.
Okay, so we are requiring that, we've always required that senators attend every single session of Senate unless they have an excused absence. Now, excused absence has never been fully defined, but you know, generally that means doctor's note or like, hey, I'm sick or anything like that. As a senator for the Student Disability Center, hi, I'm disabled. I get remote accommodations for every single one of my classes, and like, I shouldn't have to say that in this space to be like, I should be able to be on Zoom. I shouldn't have to tell any member of leadership that I need to be on Zoom to be able to be on Zoom. And extenuating circumstances means, oh, well, you know, it's not really an extenuating circumstance for me. It's my everyday life that I can't be in person for all of my classes. So really an extenuating circumstance, really I should just be able to say, hey, I'm going to be online today so that we know to keep an eye out on Zoom. But nobody should be able to approve that I get to be online, that anyone gets to be online. No one should have to share their reasoning for needing to be online. I'm perfectly fine with adding some kind of stipulation of like, try to come in person if you can, because it works much better. But people should be allowed to be online if they need to be online. I yield.
So Chair, oh, I was defaulting to back when you were the chair. Director Welsh has ex officio status, so he had something to say.
Yeah, but I yield my time to Ben.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Torres, I see him, his pronouns. I'm a former senator of APAC. I just think like Zoom should always be an option, and I don't think that requiring, I think it's as Chair AP pointed out, you know, try to be in Senate if you can, like present in the chambers, but I also don't think that holds anyone to, I don't think being in person holds anyone to actually like paying attention to the space, my opinion. But that's just me. People in Zoom can be just as attentive as people in this space are. I think it should be an option no matter what, but that's just me.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people in these chambers are forgetting a core tenet of ASCSU in that we should make this, we have a duty, in fact, to make the space accessible to all students. And saying that these circumstances
implies that you would have to explain for whatever reason that you were going to go on Zoom. And I could think of about a million reasons that I wouldn't want to explain to somebody my disability or my issues or whatever is happening in my life. I think that there's a time and place to talk to somebody if they were abusing this. But otherwise, this needs to be something that is accessible. Absolutely. I yield. Senator Lowe.
I also just wanted to point out as well that we are going to be coming up on flu season and access benefits everybody. So I think having this as an option where you have to notify the chair beforehand is, as it stands, the best decision to be inclusive. I yield.
Senator Milka.
So I would just like to clarify that I do believe if you're having a mental health thing or you're having sickness, you definitely should be able to use Zoom. But at the same time, me as a student with ADHD, when I'm on Zoom, I do not do well. I don't know what's going on. So I think it's more of a personal thing. But I do think, if this starts becoming abused and, we don't have many people in Senate or, we're not really collaborating as much or getting things done, then that could become an issue. And I do think that someone should reach out and be like, hey, you haven't been in Senate for, 15 sessions or something, why is that going on? Because I do believe wholeheartedly that we're going to do our best work in these chambers. I yield.
Speaker, Chair Ethan.
I just have one more thing to add that I thought of when I saw Ben for his backseat. Sorry, Ben. But I've definitely seen people doing homework in the chambers, like during Senate. Ben definitely did that. So it's not related to being at home when you're going to be doing homework. You're going to do homework when you're going to do homework. Like being online isn't going to affect that.
Speaker DeSalvo.
I guess I'd ask for a little bit of grace, and this wasn't done with malicious intentions by any means, but I'd like everyone to consider how effective we'd be if I chaired the meeting from Zoom and it was a combination of people on Zoom and people in the chamber. We've attempted to do that before in a special session, and I was in Pueblo because that's where I
Chair, can you hear us now?
I can kind of not see you.
Okay, I can fix that part. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
And it was just difficult to hear everyone as the chair, which is my job to make sure that I'm hearing everyone and hearing everything correctly. It was difficult to do that over Zoom when it was a combination of Zoom and people in the space. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from with this. But just to reiterate, it doesn't have malicious intentions whatsoever.
So I'm just hearing much of the same things being talked about in different ways. So what I'm just gonna do is we're either gonna table this or we're gonna finish this now. So we're gonna do this by placard vote because I don't want any arguments about it. All in favor of tabling this line? Yeas. Thank you. All nays. All abstentions. Okay, so with the vote of
I just had a point of information. So if this motion did pass, so what stays on the bylaws right now?
it's getting tabled. So what stays on the bylaws is how it originally was, to my knowledge.
I mean, it was originally presented as Zoom must be used only during extenuating circumstances. So if this motion passes, unfortunately, it's still going to remain at that, right?
No, what stays is what was on the 51st.
Okay.
So with the vote of 23 to 2 to 4, we are tabling this line, and now we're on to the next one.
Point of information, how much time is left on the conference call?
There is no confidence clock during committee of the whole.
Sorry, y'all, I'm keeping track of anything we've deleted on a different computer, so it took me a second. Okay. The last session of the current Senate and the first session of the following Senate shall not begin on the same day. These sessions, as from the requirement of being on Wednesday, published and dispersed 48 hours in advance to interested parties by the legislative cabinet. Speaker did, no, I don't, okay, I can't tell if this is an internal affairs change or a speaker decided change, so let me know if this was your change. One of us cut, so either internal or speaker decided cut at a time to be established and made public by the chair of the legislative cabinet, and internal added through the official weekly. Is there any dissent to that?
So I don't believe that was a change I made as far as striking it. To me, that reads where it says established by the chair of the legislative cabinet. I'm the chair of the legislative cabinet as speaker. And so that reads the agenda and the consent agenda are dispersed and established by me. That's how that reads, and that would strike that. In addition, through the official weekly email, what happened on Monday, since it was Labor Day, the front desk was not here. They were not working on a university holiday. So I had a mailing list and I sent the agenda and the other materials through the mailing list. If we were to make this change where it says through the official weekly email, none of you would have been able to have access to those materials because the front desk wouldn't have sent it out. I'd just like us to really consider the change through the official weekly email.
I saw Chair Ethy's hand first. Keep your placards up if you're wanting to speak. I don't have 4 eyes, so I can't.
Can I talk while you're counting? Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm touching the microphone. So internal affairs made this change so that it can go out to all of our constituents, because no member of ASCSU other than the front desk has access to everyone who has signed up to receive our stuff. It is not just us in this room, it is the entire student body, even if they're not necessarily sitting here. They should have a right to be able to see what we're working on. And while sure the weekly email isn't always 48 hours in advance, and I fully am grateful that Speaker DeSalvo sent out that weekly email this week on Sunday, so that it was all 48 hours in advance. Going out through the weekly email at a minimum is still fantastic because it gives all of our constituents a voice in what we are doing here. The email by Speaker DeSalvo covered the 48 hours rule, which is in the diversity and inclusion section of the Constitution. But this section covers our constituents and make sure that they are aware of what we're doing.
I'd also like to add that it looks like A below C mentions that if the front desk is unable to speak or the Senate shall send it out. So I interpret that as saying the same thing, like in the case of this past Monday, Nick was able to send it out.
Senator Reese.
I yielded redundancy because I did not see subsection A of C. So I agree with the striking of added time to be established and made public by the chair of the state cabinet. And I agree with the through the official weekly email, because in that sense, everyone gets all the documents in whatever time is like sufficient, I guess I could say.
Chair Trout.
If we would like, we can make a motion to add at least 48 hours in advance. So let's say if we know Monday isn't going to be open and we want the front desk to send that out, we can send that out on Friday morning. If, for example, if we want to make that motion, I feel like the subsection covers it just well, but if we really want to cover our bases, we can add that motion if someone else would like to make that motion.
Would someone else like to make that motion? No? Okay.
All right, perfect. I yield.
So since no one wanted to make that motion, we're gonna either, okay, the thing with this, guys, is that either everything we talk about, we finish here, or it gets tabled and we deal with it again. So healthy conversation, healthy dialogue. Anyone?
Motion to move on.
Seconded.
So the motion has been made to table this piece, this line is what I'm understanding.
No, I meant to just like, I agree with all the edits, so I don't think we need to change anything or table it.
Okay, so the motion has been made. Thank you for clarifying your motion. The motion has been made to keep this the same, no, go to the original edits, correct? Speaker DeSalvo.
Yeah, and additionally, I would amend that motion to make it a unanimous consent motion, to approve with unanimous consent.
That motion has been made. Is there any dissent?
I'm confused, so yes.
So from what I'm understanding, and correct me, Senator Reese, if you're wrong on your motion, which then leads into Speaker DeSalvo's amendment of that motion, is that you would want to revert to what was originally there. Like there's no need to change anything since the rest of the lines correctly address the issue that we're talking about, correct?
So my understanding is that the part that is currently stricken, crossed out, at a time to be established and made public by the chair of legislative cabinet. My understanding is Speaker DeSalvo is the chair of legislative cabinet. So with that part stricken out, with the conjunction of subsection A, being that if the front desk doesn't do it, then Speaker does it. With the also addition of through the weekly email, I believe it's fine with the current edits. So I believe the striking out is fine. I believe that the addition of through the official weekly email is fine because subsection A covers what is crossed out. That is my motion, and to understanding Speaker DeSalvo is saying that we should vote on that motion requiring unanimous consent.
So that is a secondary motion, so we'll have to do yours first.
Yeah.
Since that's voting on procedure, and
Yeah,
this
okay.
is voting on an action.
Yeah, so that is my proposed action. Yes.
Okay, so the motion has been made to accept these edits as they are. Is there any dissent? Okay, seeing none. Now, I guess, the motion has been made to accept these changes with unanimous consent.
That change,
Wasn't that
that change
wasn't that
specifically,
basically-
but with what you just said, that covers it, since there was no dissent to what Senator Reese said, so we can move on.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like, that seems too much, but, and with that, we'll move on to the next one.
Subsection D, succession of the speakership, I'm gonna read D and E because they're basically the same change. Succession of the speakership shall be the Speaker of the Senate, Speaker pro tempore, parliamentarian, internal affairs chair, university affairs chair, budgetary affairs chair, and then the longest serving senator. And it was added by internal affairs that isn't elsewhere in the line of succession. And it is added there because it was removed from the next line. The longest serving senator shall be defined as the current member who has served as a senator or associate senator for the longest continuous period of time. Is there any dissent to that?
I have a point of information. Can I ask that right now?
Yes.
We have not made it very far. I'm just curious what the options are. So I know we are supposed to finish this tonight. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we do not finish this, can we can we save progress and table it for next week? Or, I mean, people are leaving.
So I'm going to yield to Charity.
So as written in that Lex that was passed at the end of last year, that is since in the Constitution, this has to be passed or at least voted on this evening. However, if you want to vote to reject every single change in the rest of this document and move it on to another day, so it would be in that for that next document. So we would be basically passing what we've talked about already. And then the rest of it would be as is written in the 51st Senate bylaws. You can do that. I don't know how the Senate's going to vote on that, but that's kind of the only option that I see of to end this now and still follow all of our rules. Other than that, we do just have to keep going as we are going.
Point of information.
Who said that?
Hey, Are we allowed to vote on bylaws when we are no longer in quorum, as people have left and we are no longer in a majority of the acting members of the Senate?
I'm gonna yield to Jerry.
So currently we are in committee of the whole, which doesn't actually have quorum. Once we end committee of the whole and we go back into voting on those bylaws, we do need quorum to completely finalize that vote. However, we can like supplementarily, no, that's not the word, like half pass them and then they get put into the consent agenda next week to approve our minutes from this week. And then that fully approves them. If that makes sense. It was really confusing, but did that answer your question?
It does.
Cool. Also, quorum has to be called for us to lose quorum. So technically, this, I don't know how many senators are here, but if for some reason we're not currently in quorum, we still have quorum because nobody is called for quorum. Does that make sense?
I did see Senator Tinsley first.
Yeah, my question was just a point of information. How much longer is this document? For some of us that just got sworn in, we're not too familiar with how long this document actually is. How long is this actual document?
I can answer that. It is 15 pages.
It's 17 pages actually.
I was just joking.
And
We're on page 2.
Additionally, if we were to just reject the changes, we move into the bylaws of the 51st Senate, and that's how we'd operate until we looked at this document again. I just fear that the conversations will be the same when we go back to this document. I would advise that we could speed it up, and we could change it to where what we discussed originally, where we only discuss the changes that were made and not the entire document for expediency. That's also an option.
Is that not what we're doing?
What we're doing is going line by line. What I had presented initially is that we go line by line where the changes were made.
That is what we're doing.
Are you meaning like ignoring the grammatical type
Right,
things?
right.
So what I've been seeing for the last hour is that we have been going change by change. And sometimes she'll just read fast past the grammatical one and we're like, KK, cool, move on. And only the big boy ones are we talking about, or big girl ones, or big them ones, are the ones that we're truly talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would recommend we proceed because debating if we should be debating this is only wasting more time. So can we please proceed? Also, just a heads up, if we don't do this now, it might go to committee or we might have to do a committee of the whole again. So we'll have to do this. So let's just do it today.
First, we don't do a committee of the whole again. The only reason we're doing a committee of the whole now is because it's written into the
All right, then it will go to other committees, basically internal budgetary and university affairs, and we'll have to discuss this in committee. So let's just not do that because that's going to be worse than sitting here.
Regardless, we are going to have to all address these, whether you see them in committee or you see them now. So your options are to finish them now, grind this out. Historically, from what I know, first session and last session are always very long. They're normally not this long. We try to keep them not this long. The building does close at 11. So
Not if Jess is present. We're allowed to stay here past.
So we are allowed to stay here past, however, for respect for others, the building closes at 11. Because if we stay, well, then the building manager also has to stay. So let's, how about work on it up until we can to a certain point. Then after that, reject those changes at the end. But let's just try and get done what we can get done tonight. Is there any dissent to that? Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, was there any dissent to the line of succession type change? Cool, moving on. Okay, can I skip the formatting changes? Is everyone cool with that? Cool, okay. It was added subsection A, an executive session is a session closed to any person not holding a relevant title in ASCSU. Fine, executive session. Cool, okay. Moving on. Speaker of the Senate may not make exceptions to this rule, which is the rule of adding legislation to the agenda post the deadlines. Unless approval is given by the legislative cabinet for the legislative cabinet bylaws and all other accessibility guidelines are followed. Any dissent? Cool. Okay. A piece of legislation may be authored by any individual or entity affiliated with Colorado State University. It was taken out. All authors must attempt to reach out to members of the executive branch in relation to their legislation. Any dissent to that change? Okay, moving on. A possible endorsement was added from LSAP that can get you legislation to the floor of the committee. And legislative cabinet was edited to say legislative cabinet subservient to the legislative cabinet bylaws, which just simplified the line underneath it. Any dissent? Great, moving on. This is a clerical change to fix the spelling. Is that a comma? Skip, moving on. Great. Legislation shall have 2 readings or 3 readings for bills. Again, just a grammatical change there. Moving on. Legislation may have their consecutive readings waived with a 2/3 vote for expedited status. Not changing any rule there, just clarifying things so it makes our lives easier. Great, moving on. Legislation not on the agenda may be added by a 2/3 vote of the Senate so long as it meets all other requirements to be considered by the Senate and is read in its entirety for accessibility, or was sent out 48 hours in advance to the official weekly email. The last part was added. Any dissent? Cool. Okay. Okay. Internal Affairs highlighted this because of formatting. I'm going to skip it because formatting. Here is a relevant caucus chairs. We're deleting this because we already talked about it. Legislative cabinet shall create and review bylaws subservient to this document detailing its operations and procedures and shall update them when necessary. Any dissent to that? Great. This is just making the thing lowercase. I'm moving on. Okay. After reviewing and discharging a piece of amended legislation, the Senate committee chair shall send their legislation to the parliamentarian and the speaker via official emails and notify them that the piece of legislation has been discharged for the committee. I only read the edits there. Anybody dissent to that reading? Cool. Okay. Conference committee shall meet weekly prior to Senate and will be tasked with combining the legislative amendments from all of the Senate internal committees into one report to be presented to the Senate. And the Senate. Cool. Okay. Conference committee members will consist of the parliamentarian and relevant chairs of each of the committees. Internal Affairs took out Speaker of the Senate, and we took that out very specifically because the Speaker of the Senate historically has just sat in conference committee, also doesn't get a vote in conference committee. So that's why we took that out. I kind of expect conversation here, but I would like to move on. Any dissent to that?
Just one with relevant piece.
This is chair. Oh, cool. That's a good point. I would like to not apply the relevant thing for the caucus chairs here, because like if a document only goes to University Affairs Committee, budgetary and internal don't need to vote on that document or go to conference committee for that document. That's why that says relevant here. Is there any dissent to leaving that here? Senator Reese.
I would still take out chairs because maybe like what was the example you gave? I'm sorry. The example you gave about one committee already passing a bill and then giving it to the other two. So the conference committee.
So monetary things will go to budgetary. Things internal to ASCSU will go to internal.
Yeah.
So taking out chairs, I think, defeats the purpose.
No, that's not what I said.
Is it the plural that you're having a problem with? Since I, in my example, only had one chair.
I would just like to see that each committee chair be allowed to see the changes made by other committee chairs in conference committee. So if that's what that says, then I'm fine.
Do you know what conference committee is?
No.
Okay, so conference committee is a committee that's not based on any kind of other committee, like it's its own special entity. The whole purpose is just to combine the changes. So if University affairs and internal affairs make the same change to a document, we only have to look at it one time rather than look at two different documents. It's literally just like overlaying the documents together. And so if university affairs and budgetary affairs look at a document and we combine that document, why should internal affairs need a say in that? Because internal affairs didn't even look at it. We're not making any changes. We're literally just combining the changes.
That's fair. Never mind.
Cool. Any other dissent to this? Great, moving on. Formatting there, skipping formatting, and we changed the word of to or here. Any dissent to that? That's just grammatical. Cool. Okay. All conference committee meetings shall be recorded and archived by the parliamentarian. Any driver just assigned this to the parliamentarian. Any dissent? Great. All conference committee meetings are open to the public. If CSU student is interested in attending, they can email any relevant member of the committee. Because the front desk doesn't know anything about conference committee. That's why that was changed. We are great. In order for conference committee to review and discharge a report, it was changed to all relevant voting members must be present. Again, same topic as before. Moving on. Great. It was removed Speaker of the Senate because the Speaker of the Senate is no longer a member of conference committee because again, they just sit there. Any dissent? Great. If the parliamentarian is unable to attend, any member of the legislative cabinet may join the meeting on their behalf because it's just a combining thing, right? Just need to check. Cool. Okay. Upon receiving all versions of amended legislation, the parliamentarian shall be responsible for combining the amendments from all committees into one report and be presented during the next conference committee. Again, it just assigned it to one person so that it actually gets done because conference committee didn't meet a single time last year because nobody did the work. So, okay. This was taken away. Authors shall have the power to accept amendments to legislation that is presented by committees without the approval of the Senate. I don't know if this was your change or internal affairs change, but either way, is there any dissent to this? Great. To discharge a report from the conference committee, again, all relevant chairs. Moving on, okay, great. The approved conference committee report shall be sent out via the official weekly email at least 48 hours in advance. That was a change that was entirely added new. Any dissent? Great. The approved conference committee report shall be presented at the next Senate session was added to if the Senate doesn't adopt the report. It's just saying it needs to actually be seen here. Moving on. Cool. All authors shall have the power to accept amendments. Okay, it was moved down to here. Is everybody cool with that? Authors shall have the power to accept amendments to legislation that is presented by committees without the approval of the Senate. That's just based on author rights, but
okay, I was of the understanding that the Senate can override the orders to set the 2/3 majority, right?
yes. This is just saying like the author can say, hey, I agree to that change. And then so if the Senate doesn't dissent, then it's fine. If the Senate dissents, then you motion to overrule the author on that change.
Okay.
Well, any other dissent? Great. Changed its to a committee. Because sometimes you only need to discharge one committee. Any dissent to that change? No, I don't see any. Okay. If legislation is discharged from a committee by the Senate, only by the Senate was added. Again, just a grammatical thing. Committee chair shall inform the parliamentarian when legislation has been held in committee. That's purely because the Speaker of the Senate doesn't really deal with legislation type things. The parliamentarian is the archivist of the Senate. Any dissent to that? Great. Okay, moving on. Just changed the capitalization here. Moving on. Senate internal committee meetings must be held once per week at a time determined by the respective chair. If a meeting is canceled, the chair should attempt to find an alternative meeting time for that week, if relevant. That word is here again, but I don't know if it's the same context as the other relevant change. Any dissent here?
Senator, why was if relevant added, just for clarification?
I think this was added because sometimes committee is canceled because they don't have legislation to look at. So they'd rather just save their members' time and say just don't come because we're not going to look at anything.
Sounds good.
Capitalized pro and pro tempore. Moving on. This is for motions. A secondary or subsidiary motion is defined as any motion on any agenda item. New minutes shall be taken and approved as normal.
Senator Correa.
Yes. Yes, if you could just scroll up right at the top of section 7A, I propose removing members with ex officio status from calling for quorum within Senate chambers.
I second that change.
Seconded.
Is there any dissent?
Moving on, is there any dissent to the as normal change? No, okay. This just took out the referencing a different part of the thing and just saying after 30 minutes because it's defining it anyway. Any dissent? And then the word "the" was added for grammatical reasons. Great. Also, if you raise your hand and I don't see it, speak up because I don't want to talk over people. Prior to the vote for adjournment, vote for was taken out because vote for was removed in the 51st Senate bylaws. So that's just matching formatting, not formatting words. Anyway, senators and associate senators will be elected or appointed pursuant to the elections code and relevant sections of the ASCSU Constitution. That's because SDPS officers are not elected. Moving on. Great. This takes out the word "or if applicable." Any dissent to that? Cool. Okay. Capitalization here. Again, took out "if applicable." It's the same change as above. So moving on. We're on page 8, y'all. You can do it. Okay.
Senator Korean.
Yes, I just wanted the entire Senate's or maybe committee's input on this. Graduate students don't have any office hour requirements, and I do not see any reason why that's there. I would propose to remove that and let them have the same office hour requirements as everybody else.
Trying to find the section you're talking about. Do you know where it is?
Subsection.
President Long.
Hello, everyone. So I think the reason why I talked to Derek Newberger about this, and I could be forgetting it, but one reason why is because in the past, some grad students have refrained from coming into this space because they have jobs as GTAs, and they just have busy lives, and it's hard enough to get them in the space already. So I think that's why that was put in there. But if y'all feel like that's rule you want to change, then you're the Senate, this is your space. But I just wanted to give clarification as to why this rule is in here.
Senator Milka.
I think we should keep it the way that it is, just because, like, I mean, none of us, well, most of us aren't grad students, but that workload is completely different to what I'm dealing with right now. So I think that would be best to keep it the way that it is, so that we can attract more of those people in this space.
I don't know, I just don't feel that we should be giving preferential treatment to anyone. I mean, we're all members of this space. We should all be equal. So I just think it's really unfair if senators have to do office hours, but graduate senators don't.
Secretary of State Waller. Chief of State? No, it's Secretary. I'm sorry, Jason.
Yeah, I agree with Nick. I personally live with 2 graduate students, and I have them on record as both telling me that they like to act busier than they are, and that they definitely would have the time to put in 5 hours a week in Senate easily.
Chair Ethan.
Okay, can I propose a change that we add just at the end? Try to do your office hours, but that way, if it's like someone's like, I have to really write my thesis this week, they don't have to hit it, but they could try.
I'm okay with that as long as it's for everyone. It should be the same. I just don't want special treatment for graduate students.
So then what you're saying is then then it would have to be cohesive for senators too, that you can do your office hours. That's what I'm understanding from that.
Yes.
I think that's what Speaker DeSalvo was also understanding, but Chair Trout had something to say.
Would the Senate be okay with respect to both sides of this? Because they're both sides have very much valid arguments. Grad students are very busy, they have different workloads than us, but at the same time, giving them a free pass is a little unfair. Would the Senate be okay giving them the same hours as associate senators? That way they still have to do office hours and still have to go to committee and still have to meet with the graduate student council? but it's a little bit less work simply because acknowledging that a lot of them are GTAs, or I know a lot of grad students who are like running experiments right now that are being funded by not only the school, but also by the state. So with that, would the Senate be okay with a motion to have senators representing the graduate student council have the same hours as associate senators?
I propose the motion to have graduate students only have to have 3 hours worth of office hours.
That is what Chair Trout has proposed?
Yes.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for restating it, though. I appreciate it.
Before that, I will let Speaker DeSalvo say his piece.
I think with that as well, again, it's giving preferential treatment with the idea that the workload is higher. I think that could be extended to maybe students that are in the College of Engineering. An engineer's workload is a lot more than a political science major's workload. And so if that's the qualifier, I think that extends to a lot more colleges. And it's kind of a slippery slope to maybe some people doing more work than others.
So we did originally have that motion. So the motion was made to make graduate student office hours be 3 hours. Is there any dissent?
I dissent.
Okay. Since there's dissent, we're going to further talk about this, and I am actually going to propose something to you. Instead of how you guys have weekly requirements, you could make it monthly. That way those graduate students are able to do their office hours that they would be required, like any other senator in the space, on their own time, but they would still be available. Senator Correa.
Yes, I believe those changes could be made later in the job descriptions, and as of now, we could remove the subsection B.
Are you making that motion?
Yes.
Does everyone understand the motion that Senator Correa made? Any dissent? Seeing none.
I was typing, I don't know, said the word again.
Yes, I was just saying that there have been proposals for making different office hour requirements, and that could be discussed later with the job descriptions. But as of now, we could just amend this to remove subsection D.
That was all approved, right? Okay, cool. Moving on. Okay, again, director was just added here for grammar stuff. Cool. The word or was added for grammar stuff. Director again. Yeah, this is all the same. I'm skipping it. Upon a fourth violation, the senator or associate shall be asked to resign in absentia. It just said it was changed to shall resign in absentia, so that they're just removed from the list. We don't have to ask them to do it because they're not attending Senate anyway. Cool. Moving on. Capitalization stuff. Capitalization down here as well. Okay, committee of the whole.
Senator Correa.
Sorry, I've been raising my flag a bit too much, but in the same legs that, which is why we are in committee of the whole right now. We made certain changes to section, I cannot read Roman numerals. It's section 13, amendments and suspensions. And so we made changes in the bylaws in section 13 that is not reflected over here.
What was the change that was made?
I think we can pull it up directly from the text that you just sent me earlier.
Okay, I will.
If the author doesn't dissent, if you could just add that in.
Is everyone cool with me doing this after so that we don't take up our time for me to find that document again?
Okay.
Cool. Don't let me forget. Okay, it was added, Senate will dissolve itself into committee of the whole when prior to discussing the passage of the new Senate bylaws. That is what's happening right now. I'm assuming there's no dissent because we're doing it. Moving on, okay. Internal took out, report the committee's findings, because we're all here. Why should we make a report about it? We all know what's happening. Any changes to bills or resolutions must be adopted by the body, is what this now says. Any dissent simplifies it all. Great. Okay, specified portions of these rules may be amended or suspended by 2/3 vote. Just simplified it, combined this up here. Moving on. When held in the ASCSU Senate chambers, the tiered seating will only be accessible to members with floor rights or granted by the Senate through a 2/3 vote. No dissent? Cool.
I just have a point of information. Could you explain what would be the difference between members with floor rights and ex officio status? Or would they be the same?
To my knowledge, this is more for like people who are visiting or like people who are interested in ASCSU, that way they don't sit in the chamber. Or I'm wrong, correct me.
Ex officio status doesn't have.
No, I meant this line. I just meant this line, but I am wrong, so I'm just gonna hush now.
Yeah, this line applies to everyone who doesn't have floor rights. Every senator and associate senator and member of the legislative cabinet have floor rights. Exec doesn't have floor rights. Basically, everyone else doesn't have floor rights, but they get to speak. That's why they're back there. Usually, we're supposed to bring the microphone to them, but the microphone never has a battery.
Okay.
I have a battery.
It is working.
I changed it out, Jess.
Okay, is there any dissent to this change? Can we move on? Cool, okay. A comma was added. Voting. All votes and vote counts shall be recorded by the clerk of the Senate and the parliamentarian. That change was added because last year vote counts were never counted and it was a big problem by the end of the year. Any dissent to that? Great. All votes exclude abstentions unless otherwise stated. This is in the Constitution. It's just also putting it here. All secret ballot votes shall be kept by the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker pro tempore for four regularly scheduled Senate sessions. Just for record keeping sake. Any dissent to that? Great. All votes for elections shall present the names of the candidates for members to see. Any dissent to that? Great. Voting members must vote by writing a recognizable name of the candidate for which they wish to choose. Sometimes people with nicknames, I remember everyone knows them. So, any dissent?
No dissent, but I propose a change. So if you could go to the no confidence clause, please. It's lower, yes.
Is it this one that says no
Yes.
confidence here? Okay.
Yes, so technically a no confidence is usually used in parliamentary democracies where a particular position needs the confidence of a particular body in order to continue remaining in authority. And since most of the positions we elect or ratify don't require continuous confidence from the Senate, I propose to remove that, but make a different change, and this would mainly be wording change, but it would be more beneficial. And I propose to add, the chair may disqualify all or any candidates, as in the bracket, if they are deemed unfit according to the job description for the role. The chair may do so only on an opinion of the Senate.
So I disagree with that. I agree with that change for ratification type purposes, but we have elections too, like internal, like for the parliamentarian that's coming up. And sometimes we don't have confidence in that for any of the people who are running for parliamentarian, at which point then the seat would sit empty. So personally, I think that a vote of no confidence is necessary in that case. I agree that ratification, we don't really get a say in if they're continuing to hold that position, but legislative cabinet or LSAB, any of the things that we elect our people to, we might not have confidence, but we might not be confident in our candidates. So there needs to be a way separate from the speaker's decision for Senate to say, I'm not sure about that. Does that make sense?
Yes, because in the amendment I made, I said at the end, the chair may only do so by an opinion of the Senate. And this would satisfy the same purpose. So should a particular, let's say, someone's running for parliamentarian and the Senate decides, or the Senate seems that they do not fit the job description, do not know the job description, stuff like that, the chair may disqualify them with an opinion of the Senate. But the only reason I say remove no confidence is since once a parliamentarian is elected, it's a whole different process to remove them, and it's not based on confidence. Which is why I say that having no confidence here is not coherent.
Are you essentially just changing the name of this action? Is that what you're doing?
Yes and no, but if that's the case, I will table this for later.
Okay. You want me to highlight it in my document for the tabling for later? Okay. Give me 1 second to do that really quick. Okay, moving on. Motion for previous question shall not be in order until the author of a motion has yielded the floor and substantive discussion or lack thereof has already occurred, or lack thereof was the addition here. Moving on. Great. There shall be a primary and secondary speakers list. This is something we already do. It's just being actually written down. In dissent, great. More formatting. Members of the body need to receive silent acknowledgement from a legislative officer before leaving the floor. Any offenders may be called to order. This part was taken out by internal affairs. Any dissent? Great. Okay, I'm gonna put a space here. So everyone fine with that? Great. Okay. Legislation. As the first reading, legislation requiring 2 or more readings will be given 10 minutes of time for legislation representatives presentation. With that part was taken out, it's just presentation. All of these changes are just to simplify. They don't make any actual changes here. Shall be no discussion and debate on first reading unless a motion of the Senate dictates otherwise. Legislation will be sent to relevant committees or multiple, no, just committees. Again, the word relevant here, but it's in a different term than the word caucus, so I'm going to leave it. Okay, I don't see any dissent to that. And then legislation dealing with financial affairs. This section just is saying where legislation should go to. That's stated elsewhere, so we deleted it. Any dissent? Great. Second reading of legislation, maximum of 30 minutes of time will be spent on discussion and debate. Primary speakers list, basically time limit here was strict, taken out because it was added further down because it was mentioned so many times. So it's coming. Is everyone fine with it being moved just to be its own section? Great. Okay. The legislation in question requires 3 readings. Legislation shall be sent back to committee. That part was taken out. I believe it was put elsewhere, but I could be wrong on that. Does anybody have any dissent either way? No? So
If it's somewhere else, then that's totally fine, but if not, I'd like to keep it.
okay, I'm looking. I don't see any other rows. So this, the way that it works currently, usually Lexes, this is used for Lexes because Lexes require 3 readings. Lexes often are just sent to all 3 committees in the first week. And when a committee discharges a piece of legislation, it cannot go back to that committee. So this change is kind of just trying to prevent user error, I think, because all of the committees would still end up likely seeing a piece of legislation. I think that was the purpose of that, but of discussion, just for clarifying things.
Church route.
So due to redundancy, because typically with legislation that requires 3 readings, that is a Lex. That does go to all committees regardless because it is a Lex, and that will be explained a little bit more next week, sneak peek. But again, when it gets discharged from a committee, so let's say something gets discharged from University Affairs Committee as a Lex, it doesn't go back to that committee. So it just got rid of the redundancy because we haven't really ever done it in that way, if that makes sense. It's just always been sent to the three committees at the same time instead of one by one by one. Hopefully that clarified some things for everyone else. I yield.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm all good.
Great. Okay, moving on. The reference location to this point was taken out because reference locations are often wrong. Is that great? Question following. Nope, I'll start from the beginning. Upon a 2/3 vote for expedited status or on legislation requiring only 1 reading, legislative representatives will be given 10 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for a question and answer period. Following that, maximum of 30 minutes. It's just to make the bylaws simpler. Any dissent? Great. Okay. Again, this is just the time limits, which was added lower down. So it was taken out. Any dissent? Great. Capitalization. Again, time limits taken out. Why is it taken out? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be right there. I see a hand. Oh, here's the speaking time thing, just for clarification. Go ahead.
Yes, I think you scrolled below that, but if you could move back to conference business. I would like to propose that we change the end of conference business to the end of old business instead of pending roll call.
So the reason that it is currently ending roll call, I think, is down for the bylaws. Where it was changed, that ending roll call is now above committee reports.
Okay, if that's the case, then it's both.
Cool. So the speaking list was taken out again, but I did confirm it is at the bottom, so any dissent? Great. 5 minutes clock can be only be extended by a maximum of 2 hours instead of 1 hour. Any dissent to that? Great. Okay. When the 5 minutes clock expires, the chair will interrupt the current agenda to move into no confidence, which tables all motions under consideration until the next session of the Senate and moves the Senate into ending roll call. Any dissent? Great. Okay. Capitalization stuff. Here's the speaking list thing. It's the exact same as it was. Any dissent? Great. Time extension, comments clock part was just updated to be as the same. The agenda is the same as is current, except for ending roll call is now just below new business rather than after all of the reports, because really, if you don't want to sit through reports, you shouldn't have to. Any dissent?
Don't make me regret this, President Wong.
Motion to put the fight song back on the agenda.
I move to table that until the committee time because we don't need to discuss that at this moment.
All right, I accept that.
Actually, I heard a lot of people say no.
Just because it's not important now.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
I think it just should be on there.
Okay, before the first session of Senate only, swearing of new senators shall appear. This was taken out because we swear in new senators all the time, so it should just always be there. The time in each meeting within the agenda specifically for public input, this was taken out only because it's already stated down. It's definitely stated somewhere. Because gallery input should exist, but it didn't need to be its own section right there. Any dissent? Great. Consent agenda. Okay, this is just grammatical, making it easier to read. The fight song is played within the Senate session. A karaoke version will be displayed for the Senate body and gallery was taken out.
Speaker DeSalvo. Also, guys, we're on page 15. We're so close. We're so close. Speaker DeSalvo.
This is not about section G, this is about section F. We did skip over part of
thank you.
section F.
I will go back to it as soon as we finish fight song because we're already talking about it.
If you wanted to say something, please raise your placard so I can write you on the speakers.
Cool. Okay, moving on. Speaker of the Senate, in conjunction with the rest of the legislative cabinet, if elected, will determine the agenda rather than may determine the agenda. Thank you for calling this up.
Speaker DeSalvo.
So this has kind of been used as the justification during special sessions to have the speaker determine the agenda. Oftentimes it's a very truncated agenda, and that ambiguity where it says may determine, it kind of extends to in conjunction with the rest of legislative cabinet. But where it says the speaker may determine the agenda for special sessions as necessary, the words may and necessary provide the ambiguity necessary for the speaker to craft an agenda for a special session without approval of the legislative cabinet. Again, there is some legislation coming up that would kind of further clarify special sessions that could be made in that legislation, but I'm against changing the word may to will.
Sure, easy.
Okay, I think the word will also means, hey, we need an agenda, rather than may determine an agenda, because may means, I don't really want to make an agenda today, I'm not going to make one. Will kind of requires us to have an agenda for every session. I think that was internal's intention of making that change. I yield.
Speaker DeSalvo.
So I guess then with that being said, I'd make the motion to strike will and leave it as may.
So revert back to the initial. Okay.
Correct.
That motion has been made. Is there any dissent?
I dissent.
There is dissent. Would you like to elaborate?
I would like to leave it as it's written currently, but this is literally just a one-off against each other here, so it's not really helpful.
So we can do it by placard vote then, because it will be a one-off. So. Yes, Senator Reese.
Since this is mainly used for special sessions, can we table it for the special session
We would be
discussion?
tabling a single word, so I would rather crank it out now. But that's how I see it. Guys, we're on page 16, very close. So I'm gonna say no. So how I'm gonna run this one is all those in favor of keeping the change how it currently is. So the Speaker of the Senate, in conjunction with the rest of legislative cabinet, will determine the agenda for special sessions as necessary. If you want those to stay as is, please raise your placards. All for the other change. Any abstentions? So with a vote of 9 to 8 to 1, Carrie kind of wins the battle on that one.
Is that counting the abstention?
So majority here still would be 9 to 8 to 1.
Okay, moving on. During weekly Senate sessions, senators, associate senators, Senate leadership, gallery members, and anyone wishing to speak on the Senate floor are expected to maintain a level of decorum for the entirety of the session. This removed who has speaking rights. I'm not sure if this was Speaker DeSalvo's change or internals change. But either way, it just means like if you're here, you should be nice. Any dissent? Great. It was added in respect to proper attire, because this has been a big conversation. If the legislative cabinet believes that a member that should be is not in proper attire, the speaker and the recruitment and retention officer shall meet with that member and jointly determine proper attire. This allows for any different varieties of people's proper attire to fit in here.
Senator Milka.
So I do like the idea of definitely wearing proper attire. I think it's great. I think it makes us, everyone look nice and good. The one thing that I do say is for certain people out there, maybe it's hard to afford that or they don't have access to that. So if there's a way that we could maybe, come up with an idea of helping them get access to those things. But I really do like the idea of, having, you could say, a dress code. I think that's a really good idea for us this year.
So actually, that was, I believe, some of the intent behind the polos, which I don't know if that's what you were going to touch on. Okay, so you're gone now. Senator Correa.
Yes, the amendment I was proposing to that is instead of having the college council determine what proper attire is.
Not the college council.
Yeah, but it still is, and the section before that, it says proper attire is predetermined by college council, STPS office, or constituency. This was a change made last year, and the only change I'm proposing is we change what we look as proper attire, and proper attire should be anything that does not violate the decorum of the Senate chambers, which means if you're wearing a good enough t-shirt, it should be fine. You don't have to wear a three-piece suit like me. You can wear a t-shirt as long as it doesn't have anything vulgar said on it, isn't basketball shorts. I think as long as we meet those requirements, I think that is what the definition of proper attire should be. That way we can also ensure that everybody in the space doesn't have to buy something expensive, but they also maintain the decorum of the Senate.
Just to clarify what you're saying there, would you be then changing just this top line, like adding a definition there instead of all of these words that I've highlighted?
Yes, so over there is what I propose changing is proper attire is expected of senators and senators, associate senators, Senate leadership, and anyone wishing to officially speak. Proper attire would be, wait, this is not what I wrote. Proper attire would be anything that doesn't undermine the decorum of Senate. That's it. We have a definition of proper attire and it should be good in, as far as I see it.
Just wanted to clarify what you were saying.
Senator McCall. Senator McCall.
Wait, so are we changing anything?
Yeah.
I was wondering I mean, it says we jointly determine the proper attire. So if it ever came to the point where we needed to determine that would happen. So I don't know why it needs to be changed.
Well, what that's saying, not that Senate would determine what that is, that's saying that the speaker and recruitment and retention officer would discuss with the individual what that attire is.
Right.
So not anyone in here,
Yeah.
except Nick and Frost.
Yeah. Is there an issue with that?
Not on that part. I think what the topic at hand is the proper attire part. I don't think anyone's discussing that one.
Yeah, it's like, what is the definition of proper attire in this space?
Okay. I think it might be up to interpretation depending on the specific person's circumstances, but
Speaker DeSalvo.
So in my view, what I determine as proper attire is maybe something that you would wear to maybe a job interview, something that's nice. I think the polos remedy a lot of what Senator Correa is referring to as maybe wearing a clean t-shirt. We do have the polos, they're professional, and I think we should utilize them in that sense. And that's kind of the baseline for proper attire.
Okay, is anyone throwing a motion at me? Anyone? Please keep side combos to me. Thank you.
I motion to make an amendment on the place where it's highlighted to state that proper attire is anything that upholds the decorum of Senate.
The motion has been made. Is there any dissent to this motion? Are you dissenting or are you saying?
A clarification for the motion. So wouldn't the current subsection of I define proper attire as being determined by the speaker or retention officer? So what would be the benefit of adding maintain the quorum of Senate? Because I would assume the speaker and the retention officer want to maintain the quorum of Senate. And I believe the speaker said that we had polos, which to me would maintain decorum. So having a formal definition would be moot in this point.
I can give you that clarification if you would like.
Chair Trout.
So subsection I is specifically if there's a member that is wearing maybe, shorts and a tank top, for example, it would be legislative cabinet would have the speaker and recruitment retention officer meet with that individual and the three of them figure out what would be determine a proper attire. This is not for everybody specifically. This is just in case of one member. So if someone came in again with just a tank top and shorts, that might not be considered proper attire. So the speaker and the recruitment retention officer would meet with that person and the three of them would discuss that rather than the speaker and recruitment retention officer setting the proper attire standard, if that makes sense.
You're making a face.
It does make sense, but then with the speaker and recruitment retention officer meeting with that person, they would determine what proper attire is.
No, they'd be reiterating what proper attire is.
Determine what proper attire is.
Well, then we could change that to reiterate to
So then what do
be
we,
be more cohesive.
so if we do change determine to reiterate, then I would agree that we need a definition of proper attire.
Which is what Senator Correa is proposing.
Okay, okay, so we're gonna add his definition and then change determine to reiterate.
Those will be two separate motions. We'll start with Senator Correa's first, because he did make that motion a bit ago.
Okay, can I motion that okay, fine.
So Senator Correa had made the motion as he's given his definition a couple times. Is there any dissent to his definition that he has proposed? Seeing none, the motion has also been made to change determines to reiterate. Is there any dissent? Seeing
I dissent to that.
Okay, Senator Avery.
The purpose of having determined here was so that a joint decision with that member included would be able to have like the conversation. So if someone says, hey, I can't afford this kind of shirt, or hey, I've lost my polo and we're out of polos, or any of those kinds of things, then everyone can decide, those three people can decide together and make sure that everyone's following the rules, but we're not excluding someone, or if someone wears different clothing for a different cultural reason, then the speaker and the permanent detention officer, they can say, hey, this is my culture and I'm gonna wear this thing, and you don't get to really call me out on that. And that way, nobody's getting punished for wearing the clothes that they have. That's why determine is there, and I prefer to keep determine, despite the definition.
So I'm just gonna take that as a motion. The motion has been made to leave it the same. Is there any dissent? Seeing none.
Senator Kerr, will you say that definition one more time?
Yes, proper attire is anything that upholds the decorum of Senate.
I hate this people. Sounds nice, but it's really hard to type on. Proper attire is anything that upholds the decorum of the Senate. The formatting is weird, but we said fixing formatting later. Good? Great. There we go. Speaker disallowed, removed, cheering, booing, clapping, etc. should not occur unless directed by the chair. Any dissent? Okay. If someone or an official of ASCSU is deemed incapable of performing their duties or maintaining decorum, they may be removed from duty for the duration of the meeting, at most at the chair's discretion or by a 2/3 vote of the body. That way it's not just the chair if the body disagrees with the chair.
Speaker DeSalvo.
Could we just go back to, I think that's subsection C, and maybe strike profanity from that? If somebody accidentally says sugar honey iced tea in the Senate chamber, I don't think that we should necessarily fault them for that. So I would make that motion to strike profanity, but leave everything else.
I saw Senator Malka first.
I would agree with that, because, sometimes it's just natural, so I would second that for sure.
Chair Easy.
My one concern in removing it is that then we're saying you can absolutely use it. I'm like, I cuss a lot in person and I try really hard not to do that here, and I definitely have messed up before. But I think that it should somehow be stated, like, try to avoid it. If you say it accidentally, it's fine, but try to avoid it. I don't know the wording here, but I feel like we need to say something like that.
Senator Reese.
I agree that accidental profanity should not be like levied against someone. So if we incorporate that somehow, like, how about intentional profanity, slurs, disrespectful body language, shall not be used in Senate chamber. So like intentional profanity. So therefore it accounts for the accidental usage of it. I may make that motion.
Speaker DeSalvo.
I don't know, I just feel like if somebody's fired up about something they're saying and they say like every damn time, I don't think we should fault them for that. I think that should be allowed, but damn would still be considered profanity.
We're all at least above the age of 18, I would hope. I'm in 21st century. I would probably think damn. I'm sorry, did I misage someone? I'm sorry.
She's gone.
Okay, we're at least of a mature age to understand the difference between intentional and accidental, and profanity used meant to insult someone personally.
I don't think that's what this is trying to get at. Because we are all of age, but you're in a professional setting in which you shouldn't. But you had made the motion for intentional profanity. So we're going to do this by a placard vote. All those in favor to changing it to intentional profanity, say aye.
Aye. You said placard vote.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It was just instinctual. Placard vote, please raise your placards. I'm breathing so hard. Those against?
I changed my vote.
Where is it? Okay. Abstentions. With a vote of 7 to 10 to 1, your motion fails.
I have kind of a question. What would even be like the consequence if someone did say like, or use profanity? Is there like even a process where that would come into play? Because if people have done that before, then it doesn't really matter.
So I'm actually, funny enough, gonna use Director Welch back there as a reference because he did. And he did get reprimanded for it. Which, like I said, you are in a professional setting. It's not whether you're just riled up and that's what come up. You're in a professional setting and you are here to represent your constituents. So that's why that is that way. Speaker DeSolvo.
I mean, there sometimes is cussing in the federal Senate. But I guess I would ask that we change it to obscene profanity, because there's a difference between saying damn or shit and saying some F words. So I guess I would make an amendment to change it to obscene profanity.
Is that what your motion? You said amendment.
Yeah, I make the motion to amend it to say obscene profanity.
The motion has been made to change it to, is there any dissent to that? Heard. Let's keep going. We're on page 16. We're on page 16.
I feel like I'm spelling that word wrong. Anybody want to spell it something?
I think that's right.
Okay, because there's a line. Cool, okay. If someone or an official of ASCSU is, oh, we already read that part. Okay, moving on. Rule 8, this all was defined earlier, which is why it's deleted from here. So it's deleted. Anyone dissent? Great. Ex officio members, the edit here is just to remove shall have ex officio status from the end of every single one of these lines because it gets really redundant. It just puts it at the beginning. That's the only change here. Great, we're done.
Hey.
Hopefully there'll be no clapping. It's no, I'm kidding. Enjoy. Senator Cray.
I just want to say at the very end, if anybody has anything that they would like to amend, please do it right now. Otherwise, you'll have to bring in a whole bill. So just a heads up.
We had things we already said we had to come back in another bill, so it's definitely going to be open again anyway.
Please no, Robert. Please no. Thank you.
To go ahead and take us up to the whole.
So I'm now honored to take you all out of committee of the whole.
And there has to be a motion to rise and report.
Yeah. To make that motion.
Yes, motion to rise and report.
The motion has been made to rise and report. I'm just gonna leave that as it is because everyone's tired and everyone wants to go home.
All right, we are now out of committee of the whole. Now we'll move into new business. First of all, thank you
We have to
for,
vote on the bylaws.
oh, on the bylaw, okay.
Motion to pass the bylaws with unanimous consent.
Second.
Well, he motioned with unanimous consent, so then I'd ask, is there any dissent to that motion? Seeing none, these pass unanimously. Now we'll move on to new business. I would like to kind of state that there will be plenty of time in committee and when these are like really on the floor for discussion and debate, we could just really read them in abstract and continue so that they could be sent to the committees. Cool. All right. So Bill 5202, judicial job descriptions.
Just to clarify, no others are speaking here. It's just me reading the abstract, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, 50, Bill 5202, yeah, okay. Judicial job descriptions. This bill seeks to approve the 2022-2023 ASCSU judicial job descriptions via majority vote of the ASCSU Senate. Okay, does anybody care if I go through oh, I need to share these. Sorry, 1 second. Judicial job description. Okay, that's what it is. I'm not gonna read it again. Sorry, Chair Trout.
I know it already. It's okay.
Okay, what was next? Does anyone care if I go through the agenda specifically, or can I just go down the line of these bills?
Just go down.
Cool, okay. Amending a gap in the Constitution. Lex dedicated to adding specificity and transparency to the ASCC Constitution in regard to the Senate ratification process. Next.
Can I just say for a point of information, what is a Lex for people who are new? What is a Lex?
Okay, so a Lex is a constitutional amendment. There's a difference between Lexes, bills, and resolutions. A Lex has the power of a bill and a resolution together, and it's used for constitutional amendments.
Okay, resolution 5202. This resolution is to dedicate the 52nd Senate and the whole of ASCSU to the 2022-2023 school year to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Rectifying the failing of ASCSU accessibility. This Lex aims to rectify the failing of accessibility within the ASCSU Constitution and to clarify what currently exists. Institution of guidance for special sessions. This Lex aims to clarify the guidelines of a special session in the ASCSU Constitution. Vote of confidence clarification. A Lex dedicated to clarifying the process of the vote of confidence for the Speaker of the Senate candidates to prevent future confusion. That is all of them.
Is that it?
Yeah.
So I guess procedurally, I do have to entertain like really any discussion on these pieces of legislation. Is there any discussion? Or Q&A rather. All right, like I said, these can be handled in committee as well. So with that, I believe I just send them to the relevant committees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that change will be reflected and these pieces of legislation will be sent to the relevant committees. Epic. We'll now move on to the Constitution Caucus report. I think Kim had something, so we could skip over that and then go to committee reports. We'll start with internal affairs. Is there a committee report from internal?
Internal Affairs is a committee dedicated to reviewing the governing documents and anything happening within ASCSU. We will be meeting at noon on Mondays in that conference room right back there, and we have a lot to go over. The first thing we are reviewing is the Senate job descriptions, which means every single person in this room's job duties for the year. If you want to have input on that, please attend. The job descriptions that are on the website are not the most accurate job descriptions, though. Please check your email for an addendum to the weekly email, which contains the accurate document. As the 51st Senate was not the best at record keeping, the chairs of the 51st Senate helped me make sure this document was accurate, and Speaker DeSalvo agreed to his changes as they reported over. This is the document we will be viewing in committee, and this is the document that will be viewed as the 52nd Senate job descriptions. See you on Monday. My notes said Friday. It's Monday. I yield.
Thank you, Chair Athey. We'll now move on to budgetary affairs. Does the chair have a committee report?
Yes, very brief. So Friday, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. is the Budgetary Affairs Committee meeting. And as mentioned previously, it deals with anything monetary. So job descriptions, things like that. This session will be reviewing our bylaws again. So come and take a look at that since not too many people came last time, and then looking more at job descriptions.
Thank you, Chair Rencher. University Affairs Committee, Chair Trout, would you like to report?
I would. Good evening, y'all. I will try and make this quick as we are all tired and trying to survive at this point. For those who do not know me, my name is Sammy Trout. I go by the he, him, his series pronouns, and I chair University Affairs. This committee is important due to the fact that it deals with the legislation that deals with the student-wide population and its needs and concerns, as well as any matters relating to building external partnerships with state, local, and federal governments in order to respond to CSU student needs. If you're interested in joining this committee, which counts as committee hour, I'll be hosting University Affairs on Monday from 4 to 5. I'm open to changing these times, so please let me know if that's inaccessible, but I can only make that promise for so long. I know I said University Affairs would meet last Monday, but I forgot Labor Day was a thing. That's my B. We're going to be going over a lot for University Affairs because we haven't had people show up. Please show up, pretty please. Our next meeting, we'll go over our committee bylaws, voting in the vice chair and secretary, and going through some legislation we were supposed to see tonight, but we briefly mentioned tonight. I know the other committees are doing vice chair and secretary positions at some point soon. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns regarding those, please send me an email or reach out to me. Overall, I'm really excited to work with y'all this year. And thank you for staying here super late. I know nobody wants to be here this late, and I'm really thankful for y'all doing that. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Chair Trout. We'll kind of pedal back to Constitution Caucus report. I believe Kim has a message from Kevin Clark.
I do. He says, "Hey Senate, I hope everyone is having a good start to the fall semester so far. For those of y'all who don't know me, my name is Kevin and I was the parliamentarian for last year's Senate. I also chair the Constitution Caucus, which we introduced into ASCSU at the end of last semester. The Constitution Caucus is a space for all members of ASCSU to better understand our student government and discuss ideas to improve it in the context of our governing documents. The fundamental goal of our caucus is to brainstorm and introduce transformational pieces of legislation that makes ASCSU a better organization, both for its members and the students that we work to represent. If you're looking to discuss your ideas for improving our space or looking to familiarize yourself with our Constitution, please consider participating. We have a channel on the ASCSU Slack website, and we are looking to hold our first meeting soon. This summer, we were able to hold 3 workshops, and although the scope of our work was less than what we had anticipated when creating the caucus, we were still able to hold incredibly constructive and insightful conversations with new members of ASCSU. I greatly appreciate the members that took the time out of their summer to join our sessions and hope you can continue to participate with us in the fall. Moving forward, I will be proposing bylaws changes to our caucus in the coming weeks to make our space more accessible to new members and less delayed in terms of decision making. These changes will also introduce a secretary position for the record-keeping aspect of our caucus, which brings me to the difficult part. I would have loved to deliver this report in person and to help further building our caucus throughout this fall semester. As some of you may already know, however, I have decided to study abroad this semester on the fall voyage of semester at sea and am currently in Amsterdam, eagerly anticipating the experience of a lifetime. Today, I step down from chairing the Constitution Caucus, and Kim will take my position as interim chair until we hold elections for new chair, hopefully around the end of this month. I would like to acknowledge how incredibly grateful I am for Speaker Pro Tempore Caricito Perez. She has been endlessly supportive in assisting me with building the vision for this caucus. I could not have asked for a better vice chair and a better friend in pursuing this idea. I would also like to give thanks to Chair Trout for his early support in building this caucus and designing our logo. I hope to continue supporting the Constitution Caucus and ASCSU throughout these next few months. However, limited my outreach may be. Although I am oceans away, Senate and ASCSU are still in my thoughts, and I hope that you all have a positive and impactful semester. With that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my report and am looking forward to see all of you again in January.
Thank you for that, Kim. We'll move into legislative officer reports, starting with the Speaker Pro Tempore.
You get to hear me again. Aren't you all so happy about that? So I have nothing for you. Just that I have office hours. I will be sending out a message through the Slack for you guys to be able to set up. They will start at 15-minute meetings with me that can count towards your office hours, but they can go longer if you need them to me. If you have any pieces of legislation that you need help with, outreach that you need to do, I'm the person for that. That's what my whole job is. So my office hours are posted on Nick and I's door. And you are always welcome to send me a message on the Slack. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for toughing it out and staying. I was planning on doing a hard cutoff at 11, but it seems as though we won't even have to go to 11. I'm very, very, very optimistic about this year. And it was just great to see so many of the new senators really not face the intimidation that comes with this space and really step into debating or motioning or asking questions. I think that's great. I personally do not care if you've been here for 5 years or all of you have at least been here for 5 hours. Everyone's voice is valuable, everyone's voice is valued, and do not be afraid to speak up, regardless of how intimidating this space might feel. Everyone is here to help you and make sure you understand what's going on. So moving on, as President Long had kind of mentioned earlier, there will be a meeting with the Director of Housing and Dining. I will be a part of that meeting. If there are any questions you'd like me to ask, please email me at my speaker email. Additionally, tomorrow, it's a little late to the game, but tomorrow I will be sitting on an interview committee interviewing 2 prospective CSU police officers. So again, if you have any questions you want me to ask, approach me after a week out of this session, and I'd be happy to ask those for you. Additionally, we do have the parliamentarian slot open. I am eternally grateful for Chair Athey fulfilling this role while that spot is vacated. But we will most likely, the plan is to hold those elections next session. So if this is something that interests you, go for it. And there is a stipend for being parliamentarian, unlike senator. The only caveat to that is that you do not get debate rights. You do get speaking rights, though. Other than that, that is really all I have. Again, thank you. One more thing I should mention in the back is the advisor, Jess Deardahl. JJ had introduced herself earlier on in the meeting. If you have any questions, Jess is always here in the office, so don't be afraid to reach out to her. That is all I have, and we'll move into Senator and Associate Senator reports. Are there any? Yep, Chair Chow.
Hi, just really quickly. So I am not only a student here, but I'm also a student within the UCA. I take classes there, and I take it as a privilege to let y'all know when events are going on at the UCA. So expect me to do reports for that. I won't be doing that tonight because we're tired and I don't want to look through all the reports. Additionally, I'm an employee with Off-Campus Life, and I feel like a lot of the stuff that Off-Campus Life provides is something that a lot of y'all would be interested in, specifically Ramride. I know as of this weekend, we will be the Off-Campus Life and Ramride will be issuing lift codes because we do not have enough volunteers to do Ramride or the free rides, but we will be issuing like $12 discount codes for anyone who decides to do Lyft. Please only use those codes if you intend to use them during the time, because if you copy and paste, if you copy them into your clipboard, it counts as a used, and we only send out 100. You can't be the 101, you know. So expect more information about both Off-Campus Life as well as the UCA and future updates. That's all I have for tonight. Thank y'all. You guys are all troopers, or y'all are all troopers. I yelled.
Thank you, Chair Trout. Are there any other senators or associate senators wishing to report? Seeing none, we'll move into ending roll call. I see no issue with kind of amending this to where we just go down the line and say our name, we'll mark you as present for ending roll call. Is there any dissent to doing something like that? Okay, we'll start on this side of the chamber. This side doesn't really get a lot of love, so we'll start over here.
Nora Aslan.
Parker Doyle.
Vishal Shetty.
Theo Reese.
Justin Malka. Kyle Wharton.
Vaishnavi Sonarika.
Alonzo Cordero.
Elizabeth Rencher.
Dane Tinson.
Or can you keep up with how fast they're going? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Christian Kilburn.
Hayden Taylor.
David Correa.
Joseph Godshall.
And then Speaker Pro Tempore Kimberly kind of set up for as me, and then Chair Lee. All right, with that, we will now adjourn. Thank you all. We went through a whole lot of legislation and work. So I appreciate it. Get some rest.
The chairs want the desk to be in front, so we're gonna do a committee presentation.
Okay.